Oh, I need to put the lights on. I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay. Excuse me. Hi. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 4:35 in the evening. 4:34. Excuse me. On 11/14/25. That's November 14, 2025. It's a Friday. It's 68 degrees, and I love you. And thank you for tuning in. It's a late start for me. I had to walk for 5 miles. I have to, but I walked for 5 miles today. Had a kind of a long discussion with somebody, and then had like some stuff go on with my family, and now I am here to do my job for the rest of the day. Oops, what happened here? Yep, I have now turned off the big face. Good. Activate. And so, I will be playing some Rust and some Eve and some FFXI. I'm going to go on Brits here. And I will. Put my headphones in here, fucking loud. Sorry. There we go. Check. Going to check my Twitch. How are we looking? Okay. I'm going live. Ooh, Sofa King Chadley. And, what was that? Kitty, are you on the counter? Get off the counter, kitty. Off the counter. Bad kitty. You will be fed in a couple of hours. Relax. Bad kitty. You little terrorist. Odd. I don't want to wear this. It's all super slow. I need a chest piece, but I don't think I have any scrap. Gotta go back to home. Home HQ. I'm gonna check my channel. Very good. I will go back and play some stuff. Gotta go talk to Zubaba. But I'm done with this leg of the mission, which is good. In Eve, I am currently... Oh yeah, I went to go get a retriever, but now it's prime time. Probably not the best time to move a retriever, but I don't think it really matters. Do I have procs? No, I don't have procs, but do I need to bring it back? No. Is it insured? Yes. Alright, let's go out. I want to look at the fitting before I leave. We have 2 strip miner ones, a compact afterburner, a warp core stab, and a mining laser upgrade one. It's got 75.3 mil. I don't know. What's a mining laser upgrade to? Mining laser upgrade to is 744. I'll just buy that. That's a better piece. Yeah, actually, honestly, I don't need damage control. I don't plan on taking damage, frankly. Yeah, I don't care about that. If I take damage, I'm gonna die, so whatever. So, we'll put on 2 mining laser upgrades to... Oops, we're running into the wall. Yes. But I'm also where I need to go. You and I... Alt tab for some fucking reason is because the button's stuck, is it? So... Fucking button stuck on my keyboard. Rusty dagger, rusty dagger, rusty dagger. This better be worth it. This was like 100k, damn it. Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay, so... What the fuck is going on, man? Like, some kind of button is sticking or something, and I can't alt-tab. There. This goddamn... Logitech keyboards suck, and I don't want to buy another Logitech keyboard. Mining laser upgrade to... laser. Fit. No shield? Okay, so this thing has a cry per room. We're gonna go out there and we're gonna use a venture for like 5 hours. But we are gonna take this out there.
Warp drive active.
Hey, it's too late to go out, kitty. It's dark. I'm sorry. Hi. What the fuck? Who's targeting me? Hi, kitty. Oh no, Station Jita. Duck. Duck, 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 duck. Why are you killing me? No.
Active.
You're gonna kill me? You're gonna kill me. Oh my god, I lost to the fucking... to the guys. I lost to the guys. Why?
Warp drive
You're
active.
so stupid. This was 100 million. You're so stupid. Fucking stupid. And you distracted me, kitty. You distracted me so bad right to the second, too.
Docking permission requested.
Whatever. It's the piece of shit cocksucker developers. There's nothing I can do. They're brain dead. Piece of shit attack the people who pay them. Fucking reality is
Docking request
the piece of shit
accepted.
cocksucker attack the people who pay them reality. So, buy the same ship, suck that same dick, you worthless piece of shit cocksucker CCP. Fuck you. 76 million. Try again. I'm sick of being fucking fined for playing these games by these piece of shit cocksucker developers who attack the people who pay them. I really don't like them. Fuck the developers. Where did this go? I don't know. It's like... looking for a retriever. Yeah, retriever. Board ship. Okay, try again. Stupid piece of shit developer. Sorry I went outside the fucking station, you cocksucker piece of shit. Fucking find me money for playing your fucking game, Thievery Corporation. Cocksucker CCP, fuck you.
Warp drive active.
This time I was able to warp instead of a 15-second delay. No, I did have a 15-second delay. This is weird because you didn't fit. I told you to fit, but you didn't fit. And you suck. You suck so bad. And now I lost the Cry Perun, which is just fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Just go back to station. This is so dumb. Why are you treating me like this, you
Warp
stupid
drive
piece of shit?
active.
Cocksucker sucks software developer. The fuck's your fucking problem? You won't open this? What do you mean? No, I want you to open this. Open. Oh my god. Why can't you open that? You're so stupid. Piece of shit cocksucker software developer. Fuck you. You and your fucking terrible problems. Oh, cool. I got to relog into Rust and all of them, man. You and your terrible ass problems. Can't you fit this ship like
Warp
I told
drive
you to?
active.
No. Why aren't we docking?
Docking permission requested. Docking request
Look at the developer
accepted.
just off on his own, just totally navigating me somewhere else that I don't want to go with no autopilot set. It's just crazy. Where are we warping to, piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developer? Where are we warping to in this weird world where I don't have a destination? It's like a GPS that's setting some kind of coordinate for someplace I'm not going because your piece of shit buggy fucking spaghetti code software sucks dick. We all know it does. Wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. God damn it, what is this? It's like a retriever. Okay, good. Fit ship. Come in, go into the filament. Why can't I jump out? It's because the ship's so slow. Is that why? Why are you attacking me so quickly? It's so dumb. Why did I lose 77 million ISK before I could activate a filament? It's like you attack the people who pay you, you piece of shit software developers. Why did you kill my ship in Jita with your piece of shit fucking cops? Are you gonna pay me for that ship loss, you piece of shit software developer? Nope. So, where do I go? I don't know. I guess I leave faction warfare for now. I can't get back out there without stupid-ass faction warfare problems. And I don't like dropping faction warfare because I have to wait 24 hours to get back into it. Fucking terrible-ass fucking software developers and their fucking failure-ass problems. Fucking problems. Retire, bitch. It's fine. You stupid cocksucker piece of shit software developer. You and your fucking problems. I resent you so much. This game could be so much better than it is, but you and your terrible problems. Whatever. Alright, go back out there. Don't kill me this time, you piece of shit fucking backstabbing cocksucker software developer. Don't kill me this time.
Office. And I do think that as a parent, you need to be there to have those conversations, and you can make a personal.
I don't have kids,
we
so I'm
see
not going
that.
to pay
It's
attention
on
to
us.
this.
Terms and conditions apply. For the next step, we've got Olivia, a federal employee who worked unpaid during the longest government shutdown in history, asking this.
I wanted to really ask you about what you see as the future of the Democratic Party. There's clearly been a pretty prolonged disconnect between the messaging of the Democratic Party and this kind of gravitation towards messaging towards the center, towards the moderates.
So there's a few things that we need to talk about when looking towards the future. Because this blue wave that we saw in the 2025 election cycle, it's kind of just further exacerbated divisions between the progressives and the moderate factions of the party after you got wins from both sides. Right, for many, it just kind of emboldened competing visions for the best strategies heading into the midterms. Right, in Virginia, you had Abigail Spanberger replacing the current Republican governor, and in New Jersey, you had the governorship staying blue in a competitive race, electing Mikey Sherrill. Both Spanberger and Sherrill, they ran very middle-of-the-road campaigns. They focused on the economy, public safety, and healthcare, while then also intentionally distancing themselves from the left wing of the party. But at the same time, in the most watched race of the year, you had 34-year-old Democratic socialist Zoran Mamdani running on a patently progressive platform. In addition to attracting massive national attention and winning, Mamdani spurred the biggest turnout in a New York mayoral election in more than half a century. He set a record for the highest early in-person turnout ever for a non-presidential election in New York. So you've got moderate Dems pointing to Spanberger and Sherrill's win, saying, hey, the path forward is centrist. That's how you combat Trump. That's how you win elections in 2026 outside of New York. But establishment strategists, they claim that progressives, they've made the party unpopular by pushing agendas that are just too extreme for most Americans. And with that, you had analysts noting that Spanberger and Sherrill were able to win statewide elections in 2 states that more accurately reflect the American people, arguing that Mamdani
piece of shit
lost in parts of New York that more
software
closely
developer.
resemble
What
the
the
rest
fuck's
of the
your
country.
problem?
And with that, you have moderates arguing that those further left of
Try
senators
again.
are not going to be able to win against Republicans in key swing states. Right, states that are not only for a presidential election, but these districts that will determine control of the House and the Senate. And some even argue against supporting even further left candidates in places where they win, like Mamdani. And that over concerns that Republicans will present progressives as far left extremists or communists and paint them as the leaders of the party. And that's a thing that they're already trying with Mamdani. Though there, I would interject that the Republicans are going to do that no matter what. Right? Whether it be libs at TikTok or Fox News, if they're not going to try and paint Mamdani as something, they're just going to find some fucking random person on TikTok and be like, this is all Democrats. Right? You've got Republicans going on TV saying like, they're trying to force your kids to turn trans. I mean, the president of the United States is like, the Democrats want trans for everyone. Right? And so there's all of that, but then, you have leftists arguing that Mamdani's mass appeal and the energy that he galvanized all over the country, it shows the American public's desire for more populist and progressive policies. They claim that public support for more left-leaning ideals is evidenced by other progressives like Bernie Sanders and AOC, who have toured around the country promoting their ideals to massive audiences. And with that, you've seen strategists saying, the old guard of the Democratic Party, it's become unpopular and fallen out of touch with the modern realities of what Americans need. And with all this, as Bernie Sanders argued, New York is obviously different than Boise, Idaho, but I kind of think that with proper leadership and courage, what's happening in New York, in fact, can happen all over the country. And I suspect I'm not the only one who thinks that. I think Donald Trump understands that. I think the Democratic establishment understands that. I think that's what they're afraid of, right? And with all this, you've had the likes of AOC urging the machine to embrace progressives, right? Arguing that different factions can coexist within the party. So with all that, I'm personally of the mindset that, yeah, I think Democrats should not be afraid to embrace more progressive ideals. And when I say that, a number of those ideals are actually things that I think Donald Trump falsely tried to claim. Because while a lot of the stuff that he's doing is really just protecting and further enriching really rich motherfuckers, a lot of the stuff that he pushed were these populist ideals. Like he pushed himself as the no more wars, peacetime, stuff's gonna be cheaper and more affordable president. Meanwhile, almost all the stuff he's done hasn't helped or actively hurts the people that are kind of average Joe Blow or vulnerable. I was talking about this on the Crashing Out podcast with myself and Alex Perlman, but like the median age for a first-time home buyer is now like 40 years old. The ladder's been pulled up on young people in this country. When you remove opportunity and or even hope for opportunity from young people, you're not gonna have a great outcome, right? And so you can't just say Trump bad, but you need to have policies that are like, hey, stuff's expensive. This is how we're gonna try to address that. Hey, owning your own home, that appears out of reach. How are we gonna address that? Uh-oh, you got sick or some horrible thing could be just around the corner. How are we gonna deal with that? And, looking forward to the midterms, a recent poll found that Democrats are far more enthusiastic about the midterms following the 2025 elections, where you had 47% of registered voters saying they'd vote for the Democrat in their district if the elections were held today, while 42% would vote Republican. Also, 67% of Democrat or Democratic-leaning independents said that they were extremely motivated to vote next time, much higher than the 46% of Republican-aligned voters. And notably, that's also while the Democratic Party's approval is still very, very low. I mean, it's hovering around 33%. And again, I'm not saying all Democrats everywhere need to go full Mamdani, but I mean, there was a new survey, for example, from YouGov. They found that many of Mamdani's top progressive policies are actually very popular nationwide. Most popular were his proposals on raising taxes on millionaires and corporations. Nearly 7 out of 10 people, they said they supported that idea, and that including 4 out of 10 self-identified Republicans. So to kind of try to put a bow on this, I think more populist ideas are the way forward. It's why in the past you've had the same people that voted for AOC having voted for Donald Trump. And even from these last elections, the moderates, they were talking about things like affordability and healthcare. And I think it's important to keep those things in mind because, well, yes, a lot of people separate themselves based off if they're a D, an I, an R. There are a lot more issues that align everyone together when it's the have-nots versus the haves, especially as the room between those who have and those who do not.
There is no haves. There's just people who stole money and the people who didn't.
Next up, we've got Charles from Florida who said that he's been enjoying my podcast with Alex Perlman. That's right. Always plug Crashing Out. Go watch it. But also with that, he told us about what he's been crashing out about.
Entertainment such as television shows being only 8 to 10 episodes long and not really. Now it's just 7, 8 episodes. You're done. And if it gets a second season, it's like 2 or 3 years later.
So this is actually interesting, right? I see a lot of people raging about this. I have at times raged about this. But, from the 1960s into the mid-2010s, right, it was normal for TV shows to have 20 plus episodes a season. But, the rise of streaming services has changed everything because shows no longer have to abide by the network TV content schedules. And so, making shows with fewer episodes, it helps save money. And for streaming services, it makes sense to invest more money in a wide variety of shorter shows than a few longer ones. We'd almost think of it as like a cheesecake factory menu. They're trying to make sure they can offer as much different varieties of slop as possible. But that also might be too critical. I'm not sure. I don't mind a cheesecake factory outing now and then. Right, give me a skinnylicious pasta, a skinnylicious marg. I'm feeling like a bad bitch. But what was I talking about? I should also know that things are constantly changing, right? Season lengths for stream shows, they've also shortened more and more over the years. And yes, because everything's now become interconnected, it's even spread to broadcast TV. Data definitively shows that the number of episodes per season for scripted shows, it's shrunk in the last few years. Right, from 2018 to 2023, the average number of network episodes per season fell from 15 to 10, while for streaming shows, it went from 11 to 9. And as far as like the time between seasons, I will say, yes, that has also gotten larger. Well, all the production issues and the pandemic happened, and then of course there was the strikes. Yeah, it's hard not to notice things like Squid Game and Wednesday, big Netflix headliners having nearly 3-year-long breaks between their first and second seasons. Also, of course, famously, Stranger Things, they went from just over a year between seasons 1 and 2 to then 3-year gaps in production between each of the last 2 seasons. Millie Bobby Brown was 12 years old when the series started. She has a whole ass baby now. And while, Game of Thrones, they produced a new season almost every year, now HBO consistently runs a 2-year break between seasons to accommodate the productions like The Last of Us. Hell, Apple TV's Severance, they had a 3-year hiatus between seasons 1 and 2, and the 3rd season's not expected until 2027. And then with that, as far as like, why is it taking so long? Well, there are a number of arguments. A number of the shows are, high quality in creation and production. So when that's the case, it's more similar to producing a series of long movies rather than traditional TV. Also, a thing I'll say is that network shows, they're usually or have been more episodic. Right? Each episode, it stands on its own in a loosely connected season. But now more often in the age of streaming, you have a kind of a more narrative-driven, overarching story over a course of a season. So, those can take longer to produce. Also, as far as production, a lot of these big budget shows, they're kind of, heavy on production, complicated sets, heavy CGI. Also, you then have to think about the talent. Shows with A-list celebrities, writers, directors, or kind of other top-tier creatives, you have to work around their schedules. But, with all of this, it's not me defending the changes, right? And while a lot of that, it maybe explains it, it doesn't mean that everyone has to be good with it. In fact, critics have been very critical of the normalization of what we've been seeing. People arguing that these big breaks, they're bad for audiences who forget what happens season to season. They lose interest in the shows. Looking into it, there's some data that indicates that delays lead to a falling viewership overall in certain cases. Also, separate from the viewers, the growing trend to shorter seasons with longer breaks, it harms people working in the film industry. But a lot of writers' rooms have been scaled down to smaller staffs or shorter periods of time. And actually, production jobs have decreased. One report found that in 2024, entertainment jobs were 25% below the level they were at in 2022. But with all that said, one of the reasons that you're probably not going to see a change here is that this trend doesn't appear to be hurting the streaming platforms themselves. And in fact, some data actually shows that productions with long breaks still perform very well, with the weight driving up anticipation, which boosts viewership. Right? And with that, there have been Netflix shows that take several years to produce between seasons, still breaking streaming records. And so, while a large part of this was me explaining why, I empathize with the frustration. I personally find myself bouncing between, having two minds on this. Right? Like, a different thing that I think on and I sometimes struggle with is binging versus the weekly release. Sometimes I love when a whole season of something drops. I'm like, oh my God, thank you for making my Saturday. I wanted to have a lazy one. But then also there are times where I like the weekly release. I'm like, oh, that's my Thursday show. I got something to look forward to that night. But then I think a lot of that depends on, is it like a 22-minute show or is it an hour-long show? Where as of filming this, I watched the first 2 episodes of Pluribus, and I don't mind that being a weekly release. Or with it being weekly, it feels like there's more time to dissect the episode, have conversations with other people that watch the show. But I also don't think I would feel that same way with a show like Loot. But hey, where I want to end this is with kind of a few things. 1, if you like getting this episode on Friday, let me know. Hit that like button. 2, if you have any thoughts, opinions, reactions to any of the questions or my takes here, let me see those in the comments down below. 3, if you want to send in a question of your own to be answered, I've got a link in the description for you. That said, thank you for watching. If you want more to watch right now, I've got my brand new podcast crashing out right here. And or if you missed last night's Philip DeFranco show, I got you covered right here. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here on Monday.
Oh no, I have to go back in and talk to Star Sybil. Oops, I forgot.
Have we got any consensus, by the way, of whether or not we think there's actually gear-based matchmaking? There isn't. But I feel like in all my games, I'm only ever facing green and white gear. And I see people in higher tier lobbies, and it seems like they're, I don't know, dude. Like, are we 1,000% positive? Also no skill-based? I'm just not entirely convinced, to be honest. Because I've got friends who are super sweats, and they say that their solo lobbies are also filled with people that constantly shoot on sight. And here I am, playing patty cake with most of the people in my lobby, and occasionally getting shot. Hey, do you know where the prickly pears are?
I have no earthly idea. I can use those
Oh,
too.
damn, dude. Yeah, dude, the chicken wants pears and apricots and a bed.
He's a picky little shit, isn't he?
Well, I heard they drop around cactus, so keep a lookout when you see cactus. I heard they
That
drop
was my
on the
disconnect
ground.
with the game, was when they started kind of implying that I was going to have to do a whole bunch of missions. I was like, nah, I'll probably just jump in and play your sandbox every once in a while.
Alright, yeah, good luck, bro. It's just been a way different experience. So the idea that there's zero matchmaking, again, I just don't totally believe it. So far, so good. Just extracting. This guy came down here, tried to effing kill me. It's rude as hell. I had a friend look at my video and be like, dude, my lobbies are nothing like this. Like, people are shooting constantly. My theory is that there's matchmaking based on shots fired / PvP kills, so that it matches more chill with chill and shooters with shooters. Maybe. Well, definitely it's the case the group lobbies are mostly all shooting. Like, you don't get as much, hardly ever any chill RP, and that was the case when I played with groups as well. But I'm talking specifically, like, comparing vastly different solo and solo experiences that some people are getting. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? You explode that thing? Jesus.
No, I was just trying to loot it.
Holy crap, dude. I thought you were doing some, like, shit. What? Shit. That's crazy, dude. I didn't even know that could happen. There's a loot spot on top of it? Yeah.
I think so. That's what I was trying to get. You can try it if you want.
Oh, dude, that now. I'm gonna go do my quest. Have fun, though. Makes me think that they have some sort of matchmaking in there, even though it's been said there isn't. Have we got any consensus, by the way, of whether or not we think there's actually gear-based matchmaking?
I don't know. Who knows?
Bombshell emails directly from Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell confirmed Donald Trump not only lied, not only knew about Epstein's underage sex trafficking of girls, but likely personally participated and spent hours, likely alone, with one of the victims. We're gonna go through and analyze the actual emails because they are gobsmacked.
I have spent the last 17 years in my own prison. Jeffrey and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And yes, Ghislaine must die in prison.
Now, Sarah Ransom wasn't Jeffrey Epstein's only victim, but she might have been the one who said it best. Because for nearly 2 decades, the story of Jeffrey Epstein has been one of power, privilege, and silence. He built a network that preyed on vulnerable and protected the powerful. Epstein is now dead, and he never had to face his accusers in court. Maxwell is in a minimum security prison without offense and is negotiating with the Justice Department for a sweetheart deal of her own. But the truth about who else was involved has never been fully told. But this week, new emails surfaced, some written before Donald Trump ran for president. These emails show Epstein and Maxwell talking about Trump and at least one victim at Epstein's house. So the question isn't just what Epstein did, it's what Donald Trump knew, when he knew it, and what he did in response. And now, most importantly, what Trump did with the victim. Now, this week, House Democrats, for the first time, have released written proof that Epstein and Maxwell discussed Donald Trump and a victim by name. Now, the first email is from 2011. In it, Epstein tells Maxwell, quote, "I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there." To which Maxwell replied, quote, "I've been thinking about that." Now, these messages, written before Trump ever entered politics, suggest that there was more between them than has ever been publicly admitted. Now, let's really think about the wording here. Quote, "I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him." But let's break this down. Hours. They spent hours. The victim, an underage sex trafficked girl, spent hours with Trump at Epstein's house. There's only so many things that this could mean. It's not like Trump is known for his pithy conversation. And Trump's past behavior with underage girls and women in general is spotty at best. Then there's the dog that didn't bark. In context, it's clear it means that Epstein is surprised that Trump hasn't been implicated given how dirty he is. He spent hours with this one particular victim. And lest there be any doubt about how dirty Donald Trump actually is, in another released email from 2018, Epstein says, quote, "You see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyers, NY biz people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flipped." And in context, when you identify these specific individuals, it implies that they spent time alone together. Epstein could have said they met at a party. Instead, he says those two individuals are the ones that spent hours together. And further, it appears the police chief never asked specifically about Trump. But especially in context, the email confirms that Donald Trump was so intertwined with Epstein's dealings and spent so much time with one particular underage girl that it's remarkable. Literally, they are remarking about it, that it's weird that he hasn't been implicated. Now, all this talk of compromising emails reminds me that it's probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly easy to purchase by anyone online. But you can fight back and take control of your private information by signing up for today's sponsor, Incogni. Because Incogni wipes your personal data from the internet by searching the internet, reaching out to data brokers and websites directly on your behalf, and forcing them to remove your private information. If they resist, Incogni will take care of that too, because Incogni fights back. But what makes Incogni truly powerful in taking back control of your privacy is the custom removals feature. It allows you to flag an unlimited number of sites where your data is exposed, and you can even have Incogni's privacy experts review and tackle the most uncooperative data brokers and people's search sites. Now, I've been using Incogni for years now, and in time you can see I've been on hundreds of lists, some of which had a high sensitivity score, meaning the broker had tons of data on me. Luckily, Incogni has completed hundreds of takedowns for me in that time, and I could never do this myself, so thank you to Incogni for weeks worth of work and adding me to over 40 suppression lists. And Incogni will continue to conduct ongoing removals, because even if the broker removes your data once, they can always collect it and then publish it again. So if online privacy is important to you, give Incogni a try. If you scan the code on screen or click on the link in the description, you'll get 60% off their unlimited annual plan. Or try Incogni risk-free for 30 days, and if you decide you want to keep it, you'll still get the 60% off discount, so long as you use my code LegalEagle, all one word, at checkout. So sign up for Incogni, or I'll see you in court. Now, helpfully in this context, the Republicans released unredacted versions of this particular email. And that email revealed that the victim mentioned is Virginia, presumably Virginia Giuffre. And that makes perfect sense. At the time, 2010 to 2011, Epstein was settling many lawsuits with his victims. And this might be a reference to the fact that Trump hadn't been sued by any of those victims, but more likely it was a reference to the fact that Trump hadn't been mentioned in the first reporting on Virginia Giuffre's victimization by Prince Andrew. Giuffre's story was first published in March 2021 by The Mail on Sunday. That coverage first published the now infamous photo showing Prince Andrew with his arm around her at Maxwell's house in Belgravia, London. And soon after, Giuffre went public with allegations against Epstein and Prince Andrew, including a Vanity Fair expose in July of 2011. So you have the facts of what happened to Virginia Giuffre finally becoming public in March of 2011. Then, a few days later, Epstein, seemingly out of nowhere in an email with no subject line, says, quote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." In other words, crazy how this incredibly dirty guy, my best friend, Donald Trump, isn't mentioned in the reporting. Because, you know, Virginia spent hours at my house with him. Now, others have speculated that this is a reference to Epstein thinking that Trump was a cooperating witness, and that's what Epstein was 75% there on. I think that's unlikely given the context of what was going on in the world. It's probably just that Giuffre's horrible experience was becoming public, and Epstein was just surprised that Trump wasn't mentioned in it, given his extensive involvement. And this fits with the fact that Giuffre herself never publicly accused Trump of illegality. Now, the police chief here likely refers to Palm Beach Chief of Police Michael Ryder, and as we have mentioned previously, we think that Ryder is, from the public record, one of the only good guys in the story. In 2005, after a parent reported that her 14-year-old daughter had been paid to give Epstein a massage, Ryder launched an investigation that uncovered dozens of victims and extensive evidence, including trash pulls, witness interviews, and surveillance. And then when the local state attorney Barry Kreischer appeared too lenient on Epstein, Ryder turned the case over to the FBI in 2006. But back to the emails, thinking like a litigator, the context is also damning. This email was written in 2011. It wasn't public spin, and it wasn't written with politics in mind. This was a private conversation between Epstein and Maxwell years after Epstein got a sweetheart deal from prosecutors in Florida, and years before Trump ran for president. Both of them thought that they were probably legally in the clear. And these are just two pals talking about criming in the privacy of their own emails and how their friend Donald Trump was involved. That also fits with past history. For example, in 2002, Trump said that his pal Epstein is, quote, "a lot of fun to be with. He likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." But when he aspired to become the president, Trump kept claiming that he ended his friendship with Epstein, sometimes claiming because Epstein assaulted a girl at Mar-a-Lago, and most recently because Epstein stole a Mar-a-Lago employee for himself. But these newly released private emails and the stories surrounding them tell a different story. To understand why all this matters, we have to go back to Palm Beach in the early 2000s, when Jeffrey Epstein first caught the attention of law enforcement. The allegations against Maxwell and Epstein were horrifying. Underage victims said Maxwell gained their trust, transported them to Epstein properties around the world, and then groomed them to participate in sex acts with Epstein and powerful, wealthy men. As Liz Dye explained on this channel, Epstein had hundreds of millions of dollars, but no one was quite sure how he earned this money. Epstein had a philanthropic organization that he used to amass goodwill and connections with prominent people and institutions around the world. He owned a private island, multiple luxury homes, and 2 private jets. And his nonprofit was later revealed to be a tool for image management and tax avoidance, especially after his 2005 arrest in Florida for sexually abusing underage girls. One accuser told the Miami Herald that Epstein was preying on 14-year-old girls who were basically homeless. Another victim said he tried to rape her, and victims said that Maxwell acted as his pimp, getting close to vulnerable girls, even preying on them at summer camp, and then introducing them to Epstein. Despite credible accusations from dozens of survivors, Epstein was able to plead guilty in 2008 to soliciting a minor for prostitution instead of serial sex abuse of minors. And Epstein's legal team included famous Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz and former special counsel Ken Starr. And a non-prosecution agreement brokered between Epstein's lawyers and then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta has been called a sweetheart deal that let a serial child predator get away with a slap on the wrist. Now, what does this have to do with Donald Trump? Well, plenty. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump used to socialize with each other between the 1990s and the early 2000s. In 2002, Trump said, quote, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side, no doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life." Now, it appears Epstein was once a member of Mar-a-Lago, but at some point the two had a falling out. According to court documents filed by some of Epstein's accusers, Epstein was banned from the property for assaulting an underage girl. Now, bizarrely, Trump has never verified that assertion. And victim Virginia Giuffre said that she was working as a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago in 2000 when she was approached by Maxwell about giving Epstein massages. Now, notably, Giuffre has never implicated Trump. However, others did. In early November 2016, a woman who went by the pseudonym Katie Johnson sued Trump, alleging that he raped her at an Epstein house party in 1994 when she was 13 years old. Now, Trump has always denied those allegations, and Johnson dropped the case after receiving death threats. But Trump has floated 3 different stories about how his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein ended. The first is that he saw Epstein behaving inappropriately toward a girl at the club and kicked him out. The second is that Epstein competed with him on a real estate deal, and that ended their friendship. And then this summer, Trump had a news story. Epstein poached a girl on his staff from the Mar-a-Lago spa, and that soured their friendship. Stole as if she were Trump's property.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah, he stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know.
So weird.
Now, if that's true, that could be another reference to Virginia Giuffre, and some have pointed to the fact that Giuffre never implicated Trump as an exoneration of Trump. But that's contradicted by the fact that in 2011, when Giuffre's story was first coming out, Epstein found it so remarkable that while people were talking about Giuffre, Trump hadn't been mentioned at that point. But it also seems strange for Donald Trump, who at that point was a legitimate TV star and a putative self-reported billionaire, ostensibly running several businesses, to have been intimately aware of these staffing challenges faced at the Mar-a-Lago spa. But apparently, he was.
I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him.
Now, Virginia Giuffre's posthumous memoir was released last month, and in the book, Giuffre said she never witnessed Trump abusing anyone. But Giuffre was just one of the hundreds of Epstein's victims. To date, the Epstein estate has paid more than $171 million to over 150 women. And the scale of the trafficking was enormous. Now, knowing all that, and knowing that people are suspicious about Trump's connections to Epstein, you might think that Trump would go out of his way not to link himself to the world's most notorious living sex trafficker. But you'd be wrong, because Trump can't seem to bring himself to condemn Ghislaine Maxwell.
I just wish her well, frankly.
I wish her well.
I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew.
Now, he said that after Maxwell was arrested for sex trafficking minors. And as we talked about back in July, the Wall Street Journal reported that Trump contributed a lewd drawing to a book celebrating Epstein's 50th birthday. And his response was to send his personal lawyer and now second in command of the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche, to interview Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. And during that meeting, Maxwell denied her crimes, blamed the victims, and described Trump as a perfect gentleman. And at the time, Maxwell was housed at FCI Tallahassee, a low-security prison. But soon after Blanche's visit, she was transferred to FPC Bryan, a minimum security camp with no perimeter fence, a level where sex offenders are rarely placed without special approval. And that raises an obvious question. Was the interview a quid pro quo? As in, Maxwell clears Trump and someone clears her transfer. And will President Trump pardon or commute her sentence? We just don't know. There are rumors that he's contemplating at least commuting her sentence. But that's not the only potential sweetheart deal in this whole affair. Because despite all the evidence gathered by the police and FBI, in 2008, U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, who had been appointed by George W. Bush, effectively let Epstein off the hook. He negotiated a secret non-prosecution agreement in 2008 that protected Epstein and his alleged co-conspirators. Acosta's office had identified 36 underage victims and drafted a 53-page indictment, but Epstein secured what the Miami Herald later called the deal of a lifetime. Epstein pleaded guilty to 2 state prosecution charges and served just 13 months in county jail with daily work release. Investigators said the evidence showed Epstein hosted underage sex parties for affluent men. However, the agreement also granted immunity to any unnamed potential co-conspirators. Now, a federal judge later found the deal was illegal because Acosta did not consult the victims before agreeing to it. And to be clear, deals like this basically don't happen. Federal prosecutors just don't hand out blanket non-prosecution agreements in child sex trafficking cases, let alone ones that purport to protect unnamed third parties. Lawyers who reviewed the deal said they had never seen anything like it. But even more baffling, when Trump was elected president in 2016, he appointed Acosta as Secretary of the Department of Labor. Now, we don't know if there were prior ties between Trump and Acosta, but we do know that when Acosta proposed as Trump's Secretary of Labor an 80% budget cut to the International Labor Affairs Bureau, the division that funds programs to combat child and human trafficking and forced labor, Congress was outraged, and that contributed to Acosta's eventual demise. Because when the Miami Herald story broke, Acosta resigned. And at the time, Trump was worried about Acosta, quote,
I feel very badly actually for Secretary Acosta because I've known him as being somebody that works so hard and has done such a good job. I feel very badly about that whole situation.
Now, in litigation, the best way to find out that someone is lying is that their testimony contradicts the written documentary evidence, especially emails and texts. And this 2011 email makes it obvious that Ghislaine Maxwell lied to Todd Blanche when he visited her in prison. What she told Blanche was exactly what now President Trump would want to hear. She claimed that she only saw Trump and Epstein together in public, never in private.
I believe I only ever saw them in social settings. I don't recall any private settings.
And at that point, Blanche jumps in to help her emphasize the settings were social.
Did you ever observe, you said that I mean, have you seen there's photographs, public photographs of Mr. Epstein and President Trump together?
Yes.
And there's photographs of, I think you're in some of the photographs
Yes.
as well. Those all appear to be social settings.
Yes.
Maxwell then said she had never seen Trump in Epstein's house.
That's my memory. If there were social settings, I don't know Epstein's. If he had whatever the nature of the president's friendship, if you will, or however you want to define that with Epstein, I was never witness. I think they were friendly, like people are in social settings. I don't think they were close friends, or I certainly never witnessed the president in any of. I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance.
In other words, Maxwell's story, concocted at a time when she had the absolute most to gain from telling Blanche exactly what he wanted to hear, is directly contradicted by Epstein himself in 2011. And we don't know if these emails were in the volumes of files that the DOJ turned up during its investigation of Maxwell and Epstein, but it underscores why it was so preposterous for Blanche to interview Maxwell to begin with. Apart from how blatantly corrupt the whole thing is, he didn't even have familiarity with a complete trial record. If a prosecutor or FBI agent who was involved in the prosecution had been in that interview, they might have been able to flag it as a lie. But it really seems like Blanche was not down there looking for inconsistencies. He was there to get his boss out of trouble. And of course, Maxwell also denied ever hearing Epstein say that Trump had done anything inappropriate.
And did you ever hear Mr. Epstein or anybody say that President Trump had done anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anybody in your world?
Absolutely never. In any context.
And again, that is now rebutted by the 2011 email, which featured Epstein claiming that Trump participated in an act against a victim at his house. But wait, there's so much more. The other 2 emails that were in the first tranche of documents that were released included correspondence between Epstein and Trump presidential biographer Michael Wolff. This exchange began on December 15th, 2015, the night of a debate in the Republican presidential primary, and Wolff told Epstein that CNN was, quote, planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. Epstein wrote back, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? And Wolff, going way outside the bounds of ethical reporting, told him not to say anything, yet. Quote, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the House, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency that could be used to hang him later or save him generating a debt. So there you have an insinuation that Epstein was or was capable of blackmailing the 2016 Republican nominee for president. Though CNN never asked Trump a direct question about Epstein that night. House Democrats also released another email from January of 2019 when Trump was running for re-election. Epstein wrote, quote, victim, Mar-a-Lago, redacted. Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop, which is another admission from Epstein that Trump, at the very least, knew about all of the sex trafficking and prostitution. Now, some will say this email exonerates Trump since Epstein explicitly says that Trump asked Ghislaine to stop, but it's also possible that the only reason Trump asked for things to stop, if indeed he did make that request, was because it became a political liability for him at that point. And then there's even more evidence of shoddy reporting. You might recall reporter Landon Thomas Jr., who wrote the 2002 New York Magazine article where Trump praised Epstein. Well, we now have some of the emails between Landon and Epstein. These emails were exchanged 13 years after Landon Thomas Jr. broke the story. It was 2015, Trump was running for office for the first time, and in 2015, Landon wrote to tell Epstein that people were now asking him for juicy details about Trump. To which Epstein responded, quote, would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? And when Landon said yes, Epstein sent back the name of a Hawaiian tropic girl and 2 other items which have been redacted. Landon then asked Epstein why he didn't put this information out there for the good of the country, and Epstein replied with a link to an article, and he said, quote, my 20-year-old girlfriend in '93 that after 2 years I gave to Donald. And Epstein goes on to say, read my airplane logs in Hawaiian tropic contest, have them ask my houseman about Donald almost walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool. So this is all probably gonna get worse before it gets better. We can be certain that more information will come out now that the House Oversight Committee released an additional 20,000 pages of documents it obtained from the Epstein estate. Landon worked for the New York Times and many other media outlets at the time, and he had all this information directly from Epstein, and yet he sat on it for all of this time. And it's also come to light that Landon, the reporter who was tipping off Epstein and who Epstein offered to give photos to, was fired from the New York Times for soliciting money from Epstein. It's also unclear exactly when Trump and Epstein had a falling out, but there is a 2017 email in which a person, possibly a victim, we don't know, is at Epstein's house trying to get in and says, quote, I don't want to come early and find Trump in your house. Now, I don't want to read too much into that. That's 2017 after Trump is already president. That one very well could be a joke, but we don't know exactly when Trump and Epstein had a falling out. And we don't have time now, but there are also extensive emails between Steve Bannon and Epstein in 2018. 2018! So the big question now is, did Trump commit a crime against an adult or minor based on the Epstein emails? Now, we don't know yet, but consider these aren't even the Epstein documents that Republicans want to keep from becoming public. There's likely more, including the rumored pictures of Trump with underage victims. And bizarrely, the White House has been meeting with congresspeople to try to kill the discharge petition related to the releasing of the rest of the files, which could be seen as part of an ongoing criminal cover-up. And certainly these suspicious interactions and preferential treatment between the DOJ and Ghislaine Maxwell look worse by the minute. So you can bet that there will be more. I just wish everyone had access to the same kind of legal support that Trump has. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems, and they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
I think that's right. Ooh, survival guide. Yay. I hate Samurai.
Bombshell emails directly from Jeffrey Epstein.
Ashes of Creation is coming to Steam. Oh my god. Yeah, I like that. That one was good. It was informative.
Seven campaign is. You probably didn't even know. Now, I know the elephant in the room is my haircut. I don't want to talk about that right now. I want to talk about how absolutely god-awful, horrendous the Black Ops 7 campaign is. You probably didn't even know there's a campaign, and they knew it was so bad, it's not even called a campaign. It's called a co-op campaign. You're actually meant to play it with friends. I did it on single player because I have no friends, and it was just one of the most grueling, painful experiences. It's just embarrassing. Like, even if you played this with a group of people, I know co-op usually makes everything better, it wouldn't save this. Yeah, remember like when they had airstrikes as kill streaks? Remember that? Now it's machetes. First off, it is the most anti-COD campaign imaginable. The campaigns are usually known for like their difficulty. Like for example, World at War, one of the best COD games. You play that on Veteran, you're being spammed with grenades every 5 seconds. Going back even further to like Call of Duty 4, enemies would actually infinitely spawn, so you would have to push forward. That's why the COD 4 campaign on Veteran is one of the hardest campaigns, because you can't just sit camping in a corner. You have to push forward at some point to stop the enemies from spawning. But this campaign, it has no difficulty, and that doesn't sound too bad. That's probably like the smallest gripe I have with it. It's more the fact that this campaign basically rides off of Black Ops 2, and if you remember, Black Ops 2 had arguably the best single-player campaign ever. It was the only one that I can think of where you had multiple choices that would actually affect the ending. I'm not talking about like COD World War 2 or whatever it was, where you poison someone's glass and then they swap it around and stuff like that. I'm not talking about small choices. Black Ops 2 had insane choices that would affect the ending. Like for example, that pivotal scene when you're playing as Fareed, like an agent for a single mission. Do you kill the big bad guy Menendez, or do you keep your cover by trying to sacrifice one of your squad mates, Harper? Obviously we know how that plays out. If you try and shoot Menendez, he already suspects you're a bit of a rat, so you get killed, and then you're actually locked into the bad ending. But then if you sacrifice Harper, Fareed actually lives, and much like hours later into the game, he actually takes a bullet to save this hacker character called Karma. And you need her to get the best ending, because in Black Ops 2, if Menendez was killed, he becomes a martyr. But if he stays alive, he rots in prison, and Karma obviously has the hacking ability to keep him in prison. Otherwise, if she's dead, he'll just break out, and then in a really sad scene, he ends up killing Woods. You know, the old guy in the wheelchair.
I'm ready to roll, baby. What the? Oh, that's. Now I'm just lazy. Let's go kill this thing! Hoorah! Double time!
Black Ops 7 has none of this, and honestly, you know, the fact that there's no multiple choice, no multiple endings, I don't mind. Like we've gave up on, you know, really well-written COD campaigns at this point with multiple choices and different outcomes. That's fine, but it nostalgia baits you constantly over the course of its like 4 to 5 hour campaign. And also playing through it, I have never experienced more brain dead AI. Like a great example, in Call of Duty, there's dozens and dozens of enemies. If you get a good headshot, you can instantly kill them. Not like this. Like the single player campaign just looks like a reskin of Warzone. What? No, why have they got health bars now? Enemies have health bars. There are zombies in the game now. Like, I know, for example, Black Ops Cold War had this one mission where you were kind of like tweaking out and stuff. And, you know, there was like mannequins and zombies. Because Black Ops Cold War, if you remember, it tried to do a little bit of everything. There was like an espionage mission where, you know, you snuck into this like government expo. It tried to do a little bit of everything, like a jack of all trades, like master of none. Like, you know, had a bit of stealth. It's obviously not as good as Dishonored. But Black Ops 7 tries none of that. Half the game you spend in a Warzone map, like an actual map in Warzone. Even when you beat the game and the credits roll, it automatically forces you to go into a Warzone match. I thought it was like a continuation of the campaign until I saw like everyone else kind of running around. Honestly, the only saving grace I can say for this entire game is I stumbled across one character who had a really fat ass. Oh, hell, that ass, Jesus. I got commission out of her. No, anyways. Again, I know it's meant to be a co-op campaign, and to be fair, I did handicap myself by playing it single player, but like the fact that the game allows you to play it single player, they should accommodate for that. But enemies are so spongy. It like they take 4 to 5 headshots later on in the game. You could be dumping like 2 entire mags into someone just to kill them. And if you're not getting headshots, there's no point. That's why throughout the game, like DMRs, semi-auto snipers, they're basically the only way that you can finish the game. And again, like COD campaigns are meant to be grounded, right? You know, like COD World at War or COD 4, and it got more ridiculous over time. But then in the single player campaign, there's kill streaks. There's these introductory cutscenes of characters who I have no idea who they are. They probably made like a cameo in like Warzone or something like that. So half the campaign takes place inside this Warzone map, and it is just so empty and it's so dead. You'll see like little groups of soldiers and stuff. You're basically just playing an offline version of Warzone which is as boring as it sounds. There is no side content. You could probably run to somewhere that isn't the objective and you could find some guys and maybe there's like a weapon crate where you can get like a, you know, a slightly better version of your gun. There's no point. There's no point. You just want to beat the campaign or like not even bother at all. And I think the most disappointing thing about it is it includes so many characters from the Black Ops series. Like you've got Woods, who makes a cameo. You've got Section, Alex Mason, David Mason's son. Even David, like Mason, who you played as in Black Ops, like he makes a cameo in the game. And you think like, oh, this is really cool. Like the guy that you played as, the guy that set up Black Ops. Obviously, he's not voiced by Sam Worthington anymore, who voiced him in the original. He left like quite a while ago. Probably realized how bad the franchise had gotten. But more than likely, he asked for more money and Activision said no. But these scenes that should be like full of nostalgia and like, oh, I remember this. Like there's even this scene of like, I remember, I think it was in the intro of Black Ops 2. You've got like a young Alex climbing a tree and he falls. And then, you know, his dad, Mason, has this talk with him like, you know, you need to get back up.
Dad, I'm scared. I need help.
You're 7 years old, David. Stop acting like a baby.
And then they reused that in the Black Ops 7 campaign, and it's just like this memory that you have to protect while like kiting zombies like you're playing like Kino de Toten or something. Activision fell off. Yes, they did. It just blows me away how they've taken like so many memorable characters and they've just tarnished their memory. And they also do that thing a lot in the game. And I know this isn't only like a Black Ops 7 thing. It's a huge problem that I have in current video games. You know, when you go to like an area and then, you know, because they don't really want to animate the cutscenes, they want to save time, you'll just have these silhouettes of characters talking to each other and they'll be like kind of transparent, like ghosts and stuff. So bored of it, genuinely. It was a good trope, but it just got overdone. This is in so many games. Like, it is an actual plague at this point. I just think those scenes, they need to go. It's like when someone in a TV show is texting and then the texts like appear above their phone. It's a really overdone trope. It's obviously done to save time and money instead of like having to mocap or animate cutscenes. But at the same time, it's like, it just brings the gameplay to an absolute complete standstill. It's that trend needs to die. So the opening of the game, they tried to bait you in by showing Menendez, who was obviously the big bad in Black Ops 2. He says some words and then you never hear from him again. Oh wait, no, you do, because the game has some very, very strange and weird pacing. So you'll spend a mission inside the empty husk warzone map, right, where you fight the same guys wearing white over and over and over. One of them might have a shotgun, or one of them might have a sniper instead, or there might be a robot as well. And also, I want to say, the robots are pathetically easy to kill in this game. I remember in like the opening cutscene of Black Ops 3, there were like similar robots that you fought. It might even be the same brand, just to show how powerful they are against humans. There's this scene where you get like your arms broken, and I just remember it being like really gruesome. But in this game, they're weaker than the humans. You just get like a DMR sniper, you just shoot them in the head, dead instantly. And then they've got like a black variant that's like stronger, 3 headshots. And then they're down. Honestly, I prefer the Warzone missions because at least they don't lock you into a room where you have to kill all the enemies just to proceed and then go to the next room. You can actually speed run it. You can just pull out your wingsuit and then just fly to the objective, ignoring all the enemies, because again, there is no difficulty. You take so much damage before going down. It's insane. And plus on top of that, like Warzone, you get the armor plates, so you can just like start spamming them over and over. Now, the Warzone missions, like I said, aren't the worst. The worst is half the game is all in head. I do not know what the writers were thinking when they did this. It's almost like, okay, so everyone said when Black Ops 3 came out, the campaign was terrible, right? Because you have Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, like Reznov and stuff, and that big reveal, and then Mason and Section and Menendez, and then Black Ops 3 kind of didn't do anything like that. And it's almost like the writers tried to say a lot more than what they could express. They were talking about like, you know, like AI, uploading your consciousness, you know, transhumanism, what it means to be human. There were a lot of themes that went over the average COD player's head. I feel like whoever wrote Black Ops 6 saw like one video essay uploaded in the past 3 years that said Black Ops 3, the campaign, was actually misunderstood, and thought, I've got it! We're gonna do that, but make it even worse. So, like, half the campaign is Warzone. The other half is, like, these all-in-the-head sequences. Like, each character is discovering their own trauma. You've obviously got Section, Mason that you play as. And then the other 3 characters, I don't really remember. There's this woman called 50/50. And I'm not sure if she was in like a previous COD game or maybe a Warzone character, but she is basically Wonder Woman. And I'm not doing the whole thing of like, oh, there's a woman in the game, it's woke. No, there is literally a scene where she deflects like this gunfire or these missiles like with her arm, which is exactly what Wonder Woman did. Like, you know, that kind of bracelet thing that she had. It's the exact same thing. They're really trying to force this character a lot as well. Like, there's this one boss fight at the end of the game where you have to destroy where this woman is like hiding, this like little base that she's got. And anytime you down a drone, even though I was playing single player as Mason, whenever you went up to the drone, the cutscene would be her. And it is her, like, I thought it had switched to each character, but it's only her every single time. It's not even like it's randomly generated. It's like they really tried to make her like kind of the main character here. It just doesn't make any sense. Why is it her cutscene, bro? Like, she's not even in the game. Should be Mason's, if anything. I know this video is all over the place. I don't have a script. I'm kind of rambly. I will get into the all in the head bits in a second. I know I need to do that. But one thing I remembered is I mentioned like, you know, like Masons in the game, Woods. Okay, so this is where the game makes no sense at all, right? So Harper from Black Ops 2 is one of your squad mates, one of the co-op characters. But also Karma, the hacker, also makes a cameo. This makes absolutely no sense. Because Harper and Karma never live in the same timeline. If you want Karma to live to get the best ending, Harper has to die. And if you save Harper, then Karma ends up being shot in that, you know, in that really pivotal scene on the boat. So this doesn't make sense. There is no single ending in Black Ops 2, from what I remember, that both of these characters live. One of them has to die so the other can live. So even that is just like a complete canon break. I mean, again, we're not playing Call of Duty for the canon. I understand that. It blows my mind how no one even checked this. I'm not sure if they're doing like a kind of Marvel like what if scenario or something like that. So about the all in head sequences, they're not short. They are half the game, and they are just absolutely atrocious. So you might remember that like chemical agent Nova 6 that was like kind of tying all the Call of Duty Black Ops games together. It was featured in Black Ops 1 and then 2, and it was basically the only thing in Black Ops 3 that linked the other games together because there were no returning characters in that game. Instead of the gas being yellow, they've now made it red, and it's called Cradle for some reason. And what it does, it basically breaks your mind down, gives you psychosis, turns you insane, makes you lose all your memories. I mean, it seems really like villainy to make an agent like that. They could have just done something like Agent Orange and just like killed you pretty much. But yeah, I mean, writing. So every single mission then gets like cut off before you doing the next objective because you spend 40 minutes being stuck in your own head. And it's like these platforming sequences. Call of Duty seems to really love these hallucination sequences. I know it's a plague on video games at the minute. I mean, it was even in like, you know, Dying Light, for example, and that was like one of my most favorite games. But one of the first hallucination sequences is terrible because it features, I think it's Mason, Alex, trying to beat his negative memory of Raul Menendez. How does he do it? You remember in Black Ops 2 when you played as Raul for a very short period of time? And he had a machete, right, that he used to cut people with, right? That was his like iconic thing. There are gigantic machetes that are flying in from the sky and landing on you instead of an airstrike. Machete! Yeah, remember like when they had airstrikes as kill streaks? Remember that? Now it's machetes. And then later on, when you fight him as a boss, you can use the same machetes against him. Like it's some kind of like discount airstrike. Like just to show how much they don't even care about this game as well. Call of Duty has been like infamous for its like really immersive cutscenes, you know, like choking people out or doing takedowns and stuff like that. You know, like that really cool scene where I think it was Woods or Mason confronts a young Raul and he kind of like shoots him like in the cheek, no, in the eye, like when he spins around and then jumps out before a grenade goes off. You can switch to a third-person view in this game, and it just looks like Fortnite. I'm not even joking you. Look at that animation, man. It's like playing Dying Light in third person. Now, I get it, like third person, it's not like a deal breaker. I mean, like the new Resident Evil game, that's going to have a third person view you can switch to. But that's obviously a choice that they took time into thinking about. It's not an afterthought like in this game. Like, these all-in-the-head sequences are actually so terrible. And I get it. I know it's like a really overdone trope. But they usually lead into a boss fight. Now, there are actually boss fights in this game. I'm not talking about like an elite enemy or anything like that, like actual bosses. Like, for example, Woods, right? Infamous Call of Duty character. They brought his voice actor back. Poor man, I genuinely feel so bad for him, like how bad the franchise has gone. I hope he got a good paycheck. But you fight him as this thing called the Nightmare. If I've shown you a picture of this enemy, you would think this is from Resident Evil, right? You would not think that this is from Call of Duty. This isn't like a Warzone event, by the way. This is an actual, like, this is the actual campaign. There is so much asset flipping in this game. Like, the zombies, asset flip from zombies. Vorkuta! Reused assets! There's even this one point where, like, there's like an elder priest zombie that appears, and I was asking chat, like, is this an asset flip? This doesn't even feel like it belongs in this game. Like, I get it. They're on this cradle drug. They're tripping balls. But I feel like I'm playing an entirely different game here. Like, there's this one mission as well where you're in Japan, and you play as a completely different squad of characters. Place Japan. Again, like, they seem to have pretty big personalities. I'm guessing they're from, like, Warzone or something. I had this theory when I was playing through the game, and it's almost like this was meant to be, like, a Warzone event or, like, a mobile game, because they've done mobile games in the past. And then they thought, let's add a little bit more content, recycle some more to make it, like, you know, that kind of, like, 5 to 8 hour length. And then we can package it with Black Ops 7 and say it's a campaign. Like, you know, Modern Warfare 2, protecting Burger Town, COD 4, Mile High Club. That era's gone. That era's completely gone. Now we have this, like, dead, empty, open sandbox map, and then the only thing that they actually put time into is these, like, all in La Head sequences that are just terrible. Like, there was one really cool scene, like one of the later missions, which is all in La Head, where you're in LA, the exact same LA where you were trying to protect the president in Black Ops 2. And I thought, oh, this is, like, pretty cool. But then you realize you're just fighting the same enemies. It's just, like, weird hallucination zombies, robots as well. Do you remember, like, in the Cold War campaign, how they went down the route of, like, kind of supernatural towards the end, of, like, this woman fighting her inner demons and stuff? This is the entire game now. It's not like this small thing where it's like, that's out of place, but okay, sure. No, this is basically the entire game. It's all in La Head. And then there's, like, these really bizarre choices as well. Like, if you need to open, like, a terminal or something like that, you've got to do these, like, really crappy, like, the only thing I can compare it to is, like, a BioShock pipe puzzle. Do you remember those puzzles? How everyone hated them? I mean, they were fun the first couple of times, but if you were metagaming, you wanted to get every discount at every vending machine, hack every turret, hack every flying drone turret. It just became, like, nauseating to the point that you just did not want to do it anymore. There aren't too many of these hacking puzzles, but they just feel completely brain dead. The main thing I don't understand as well is this campaign. They've obviously advertised it as a co-op campaign. They have not said at any point it's single player, but the environments feel so small. Like, you know, the corridors, the arenas, they don't feel like they could fit 4 players. But more on the boss fights, they reuse a lot of them as well. Like, you've got these VTOLs. I think you fight them like 3 times throughout the game, despite the fact that you can normally take them down when you're in, like, the kind of Warzone area with enough firepower. So I'm not sure why they had to be a boss. Well, one of the most cringe boss fights you've got in the game is Harper. Harper has this, like, kind of anger management moment where he gets really angry under the cradle gas because he remembers killing Javier Salazar. Salazar was obviously a guy who's in your squad, and then you find out during this big betrayal he was actually working for Menendez the entire time. And again, they don't seem to confirm whether Harper actually killed Salazar there. But again, it doesn't make sense, because for Harper to be at that point in the game near the end on a ship called the Obama, it's actually called the Obama, I'm not even joking, for him to be there to shoot Salazar, Karma has to be killed. They cannot both exist in the same continuity. Like, I even did an entire bit on stream explaining how this doesn't make any sense. She always dies. The only way to keep her alive is to keep Fareed alive, and he takes the bullet. So they can't both have lived. So it does not make sense. Karma and Harper cannot be alive.
I really don't care about Call of Duty lore. I am terribly sorry. Kitty, you're being too loud. Please stop.
I am back again to complain. So I've been wanting to discuss a topic that I've been very passionate about, and it has been slowly annoying me. So I just want to talk. So I've been playing video games since I was 4 years old, and I've been playing MMOs since I was 7. So I've played all different types of MMOs, big and small, free to play, subscription based, buy to play, just nearly everything. And the MMO that has been my favorite thus far has been World of Warcraft, not because I'm a big like raider, end game player. I don't do like mythics or any super complicated content. I just really love achievement hunting, completionism, collecting things, picking flowers. Basically, it's the game that I play as a ritual in the morning when I'm waking up, when I'm drinking my coffee or what have you, when I'm coming back from work and I'm unwinding, I'm maybe watching a TV show and I'm, playing this chill MMO that allows me to just do completionism and play my favorite like fantasy, because I really love druids and I love anything naturey. So I think World of Warcraft captures the night elf and the night elf druids especially so well that it's such a beautiful fantasy, and it just really tickles my brain. So something that has been extremely frustrating is they recently decided they are releasing housing with the new expansion Midnight, and I was very excited about it. Everyone was very excited about it. And recently we found out that they are adding a new money currency, which is Heartsteel, which will allow you to buy furniture with real money. And we had something similar, which was the Trader's Tender, but it was still like obtainable within the game, and it was kind of like this free-ish battle pass that you could farm and just get things in the store, freeze some items in order to get it next month, so on and so forth. So it was really nice. I am someone who is a very frugal person. I really think about how much I'm going to be spending and investing into a video game if I will be playing this for a very long time. If it is a MMO, it is a online service game, whatever it might be. And World of Warcraft, to me, even though it's something that you have to buy and then subscribe, if you play a lot, you can subscribe with in-game gold. So you can farm enough that in the end, you will really need to just be buying expansions just once a year, and that's pretty much it. So it sounded very nice to me, but now with the release of this new currency, I'm very saddened by this because I basically lost any desire to play this game because what am I even doing? I used to play a lot of Elder Scrolls Online, and originally I used to be a full-time streamer when I lived back in my home country, and I did have a lot of fun time with this game, but Elder Scrolls Online is an extremely monetized game. It has loot boxes, it has an optional subscription, which is definitely not optional. If you want to enjoy the game, you have to subscribe, so might as well just make it mandatory sub at this point, because playing without it's just not fun. It's not good. So I decided to quit the game because I was extremely burned out in the end, because I was getting very frustrated. They would add tons of really beautiful shiny things in the in-game store and loot boxes, and then the stuff that you could get within the game would have no effects. It wouldn't be pretty. If it was pretty or it had effects that you could get from the event, so if it was an item that you could get from the event, it would be a reskin of a reskin. It would just be a different colored orbs. That's green. Wow, this is so nice. And then you would get these beautiful shiny items in the loot boxes and within the in-game store that would overshadow all of this stuff that was within the game. And I even remember getting extremely I have this one memory of them adding a very, very a cool mount that was connected with a very rare achievement, which was extremely hard to get. And it was a rating achievement. And
oh, kitty, just come see me if you're upset. Come see me. Come on. Yeah, I know you're perturbed and you want to go outside. I can't let you. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to go through this together. Can't let you go outside. You'll get eaten. You know what that means, kitty? Eaten? Yeah, you're gonna get eaten out there. I can't let you out. I'm sorry. Just relax, kitty.
Later on, they added a mount that was nearly exactly.
You know what I'll do? I think she's bored. I'm gonna play with her for just like 2 minutes here. Yeah, you want to chase a laser? Are you bored? You little stupid kitty. You're just bored. You want to make that somebody else's problem. All right, fine. I can relate. Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, she's bored. She wants to kill. Kill, my pretty kill. She's so bored. Like, this kitty is like an explosive ball of bored. Now I see it. Poor kitty. She's like stuck inside. She's so bored. She's like, gotta kill something. I'm a cat. I'm supposed to kill something. Yeah.
The same in the in-game store, and you could not tell a difference. So if someone wanted to flex this cool item while standing in the city and make everyone like know that, oh, I have this achievement, or whatever gamers love to do, this item that they added for like $15 was no different from this really, really hard achievement that only like true Giga gamers can get. Little things like that. Now, housing was a huge part of the game as well, and the price of the house within ESO was the price of a rent in certain countries, and also community justifying these insane loot boxes and insane microtransactions by saying that, well, we have to support the developers so they can eat food. Microsoft, a company that's worth $3.7 trillion. Just little things like that would really get to me. And now Blizzard is also owned by Microsoft. And I was watching Asmongold this other day, and he basically said that anyone who thought that they would not add like this Heartsteel type of currency within World of Warcraft is a dumbass. And I have to say, I truly thought that they would not go down this route of insanely aggressive monetization, because something that I really enjoyed about World of Warcraft was that you could get like 80% of really cool looking, just beautiful items, beautiful gear, weapons, really unique mounts within the game without even opening the store. And that was a big selling point for me, because I can get all of these really cool items by just simply farming them and doing old content and just having this nice cozy time and having fun. And I'm not delusional. I know that there are always going to be microtransactions and battle passes in live service games, because they have to make money, keep making money to keep developing the game and making it better and adding more content and whatnot and just expanding. But I don't care if that's the case for a free-to-play game like League of Legends or I guess Apex, or, you know, what have you, those kinds of things. I don't really have like hot takes about it. I don't care. But if it's something that you buy, and then it has a mandatory sub, and then you add those kinds of like monetary things, that's where I have a problem. And I think it was Call of Battlefield, I think, which was like $80, and they also added a battle pass to it or some other forms of microtransactions. I don't really play those games, so I'm not sure, but I remember people being extremely upset. So just think that there are certain standards that I go by, and if I start eating shit, I'm not gonna tell you that it's chocolate. because I don't want to keep eating shit. I'm so tired, and I'm never someone who will tell people to like, oh, you should boycott and don't support them because I will just personally no longer be playing those games that I get upset about when I simply open them, because I'm supposed to be enjoying games and having fun and laughing and just relaxing or whatever it is. So I think it is time for me to just maybe play more single players and try to resist the FOMO and the urge to get into, let's say, World of Warcraft expansion when the new one comes out. And I really have to just resist it, because it's something that will keep escalating. And I mean, it all starts with simple like mounts in the store, right? Because originally World of Warcraft, even now, I mean, they don't have a lot of things within the money store. It's just like over time, developers or these like huge AAA developers or quadruple A, they will keep bending to just and like stepping the line to see how much they can get away with. So it's like, okay, let's just, you know, keep, I believe boiling the frog is like a good term for it. But yeah, that's basically what it is. And since we are on the topic of microtransactions, I also wanted to mention the dark patterns that the developers will start doing when it comes to the like these currencies that they have within the games, which I also despise so heavily. I would much rather have a set price for an item. Like, let's say even in League of Legends, I would much rather just pay like $5 for a skin and it's like saying that it's just number 5 and that's it, than having this like, oh, this is 950, but the currencies that we have, you can only get 940, so it looks like you need 10 more. I guess you are gonna have to get another $5 worth of points in order to get this thing. The only hope that I have is that EU has been looking into these kinds of like predatory monetization stuff, microtransactions and whatnot, and I believe they are working on hopefully they will be like banning these different types of currencies and things like that in video games, and actually have like a set price on the little like banner to tell you how much exactly it's gonna cost, instead of having like little digital made up points for them and all of that stuff. So yeah, the best thing that I can personally do is just not play those games and, you know, find something else and play single players and just kind of have fun like that, and occasionally play League, because it's not a game that I can ever quit. It seems it's like a drug. So but yeah, let me know
Final
what
Fantasy. I don't
your
like this
opinions
questing.
are
I should
about
just
this
do leveling
subject,
like,
and
this is annoying me.
I will be reading
I'm glad
all
I got
of
as
the
far as I did,
messages,
but I'm
so,
ready to
yeah,
just
thank
go
you for
level
watching.
somewhere where I like to level. Probably I will say probably Winterstest, or not Winterstest, but I'm gonna go level for a while, because god damn it, the questing has been for like a week. It drives me crazy. Yeah, we'll go back here. Yeah, I look at Final Fantasy and I'm like, I don't need to re-up this sub next month, and that's how I feel about Mortal 2. I don't need to re-up the sub for these games that either I either don't find that fun because I've either mastered it essentially, or is something I haven't mastered but they constantly design badly. And I'm starting to realize that I just want to play games that I actually find fun. Yeah, like, just play games that I actually find fun. It's not that hard. I find myself torturing myself with, like, Mortal. This was so annoying. So, what happened here? I told you to leave Faction Warfare, but you didn't. Your stupid Caldari things attacked me for some reason. Go back out. God damn it! This stupid ass retriever
Docking
was
permission
damaged.
requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, don't touch my bum-bum! Don't touch my bum-bum! Don't touch my bum-bum!
Who's been touching it? Why are you so scared?
The robot devils have been touching my bum-bum.
I see.
Can you
Wow.
take me home?
Yeah, I think there's an extract right over there. You want to go with me?
Yes! Hold my hand, I'm scared. Yes, I'm just a little boy. I want to go home.
Let's
You're not
go.
gonna
Let's
wear
get
my
you out of
skin,
here,
are you?
young man. What?
You're not gonna wear my skin?
No. Who have you been meeting? Who have you been meeting in this game? Oh, someone else is leaving. Hello? We have to get this young man out of here. He's very frightened. Holy shit. Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, we have to get this. Okay, you seem fine, honestly. You seem more capable than I do. I have to say.
I don't like the robot. I want to go home.
What's his name?
All right. Well, goodbye, you. Damn little man. Okay, well that was weird. Welcome to Arc Raiders once again. Well, the game has finally released fully, and it is fun. And when I mean fun, come in here. I mean fun.
Did I almost get you?
No. In fact, it's been so fun that it's been absolutely dominating the world of gaming. I mean, it's even more popular than Fortnite. The game's popularity, of course, is drawing in a lot of new players to the extraction shooter genre, and I have been having a ton of fun welcoming them. I promise I'm not all bad, though. Come on in. Don't be such a baby. You're all right. When I first started playing the game after launch, I ran in a lot of trios with friends, mostly playing the game on stream.
You want to see something cool? I'm gonna teach y'all something. What's that? Don't come up here. Okay, great. Thanks, man.
You should have said that before.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, City 20, huh?
All of my indie game lovers, listen up. You're probably going to like this. City 20 invites players to immerse themselves in a meticulously crafted world, drawing inspiration from European sci-fi classics such as Stalker, The Road, or Legete. As the remnants of civilization eke out an existence, players must navigate a landscape transformed by man-made disaster and influenced by the deep interconnectedness of a realistic social environment. Small acts create big ripples in the world of City 20, with the game's powerful systems creating an emergent narrative unique to each playthrough. This game is also single-player base-building sandbox survival and will be available September 23rd for PC Early Access. All of my indie game lovers, listen up. You're probably going to like this.
Greetings, friends and survivors. Shadowfrax here with your news, views, and everything relevant in Rust this week, including naval progress and the question of Linux. But first, to keep the team in that sweet spot between work and sanity, the shackles have currently been loosened a couple of notches and the shock collars removed, because this week is another Hack Week, which, if you don't know by now, is where the team are allowed a bit of me time to work on some projects they'd like to see in Rust, and it could be absolutely anything, as wild as they like. But it's usually only the most boring ones that actually ever get into the game. So let's have a butcher's at what sort of things are emerging from the Hack Week cave this time. And first of all, we have mannequin animations, which would see you being able to plug a mannequin into the grid and switch it to different poses. Perhaps quite handy for decoy purposes or whatever. Then we have an FPV or first-person view drone, which would have mouse-based pitch and roll and rotor tilt-like movement on shift and control for much greater maneuverability. And hands up, if you remember Rust's official Savas King of the Hill map that was killed off a while back.
Yeah.
Well, a new branch called Super Savas has appeared with not a small number of commits under it. Details include each team having its own spawn beach, integration with the clan system, and data items that can be collected from loot and player corpses. Looks promising. Also, as a side note, Savas means DLC in Turkish. There's a proposed tech tree rework which would see 4 separate branches with their own tabs for weapons, attire, construction and utility. There's a slick ball arcade game, and I'm not sure exactly what form it would take, but would have a game board with a sunken submarine backlit lights prefab and several balls per game, so could be themed to be part of the floating city casino section and might be like a cross between pinball and marble madness or something, not quite sure. There's a ball pit branch because the game's literally been broken for how long without one, and of course curtains, because curtains. Actually, that might be quite useful. Anyway, apart from that, there are a few back-end type branches with stuff that would make development easier, a better workshop scene with a special spawn point per skinnable and shutter animations, and a proposed rework to the F1 console UI, which among other things would allow for favoriting of items, a better layout, an equip button for wearable items, a command tab for useful and common commands, and better autocomplete. Let me know if any of these float your boat. Talking of which, the naval update, which we're expecting in December now, is still chugging along with plenty of work to player boats, including wakes, and support for electricity on boats, with players being able to place neon signs. There's also work on naval missions and a new naval scientist variation. There have been a bunch of fixes and changes made over the last week, and to run you through the most thrilling of these, there's a fix for unpowered fridges in the Arctic biome not cooling food, and one for items in sub-inventories like backpacks, fishing rods, etc., not calculating biome temperature correctly. There's a fix for HBHF sensors being able to be deployed through constructions, and another that stops the cargo ship from being able to go through the oil rig when leaving the map, because nobody needs to see that. In changes, tactical gloves are now skinnable on the staging branch, and speaking of which, the team are eager to know which DLC opportunities they can exploit next. I mean, which new deployable building skins you'd like to see in game, and I'll give a link to the post so you can fill in the survey yourself. There's work to update Rust to a new version of Unity, a new apply genes admin commands being added, not to put on a pair of trousers, but to apply a given gene sequence do a clone or seed in your hands. The new building planner world models in the works, and improvements to the fill water admin command, which will clear old contents before refilling, fill up buckets if equipped, and deployed items being looked at. Now, I'd just like to mention something that's been buzzing over on that bouncy castle of despair known as Reddit this week, because I think it's relevant and it's something I've been wondering myself, and that is the question of Rust on Linux. Now, those of you old enough will remember that Rust did indeed used to have a native Linux client, but in 2019 Facepunch announced they'd stop shipping it because of all the extra work involved in maintaining it and easy anti-cheat, etc, for what would be a minority player base and thus not really worth the candle. Times have moved on, however, and I think prompted by the current uptick in people switching to Linux rather than having their machines infected with Windows 11, the question is being asked again. Unfortunately, the answer remains the same, as outlined when Alistair replied to the latest thread about it a couple of days ago, and I'll put a link to this also in the description. The main reason for the objection is cheat related, as this was a big issue on the Linux side, and there's a numbers game involved too. However, I'm wondering what the future holds and whether one day this could be subject to change, as not only does Linux seem to be gaining more traction, but this week's reveal of the new Steam hardware could have a bearing. Both the Steam Deck and the upcoming Steam machine run SteamOS, which is Linux-based, and as things stand cannot play the native Rust version on EAC-enabled servers. But what if the Steam machine takes off next year when it launches? What if budget-conscious players adopt it large scale, depending on what the prices are when announced? I'm not saying stances would change overnight, but I'm interested in trends. So what do you think might happen long term? And do you even care? Let me know in the comments, please. In other news, as mentioned last week, drops have now kicked off on Kick for the first
Used to grind on Rafflesia. They're EP now, and they were the nasty ones. So now, and I'm 64. So let's go see if the birds are the right level now, because I like this zone. Oh. He's DC. Very good.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Ooh, Tommy. Haven't used a Tommy in a while. Whoa. Oh, right, yeah. The fucking, yeah, the event started, or, Conquest started. That's Conquest, that's what it looks like. It's freaky when you see it. You're like, oh, a force of 30 mobs just ran by. Ugh. It's quite funny when you see it.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Wow, the water looks way better now. This is a cool base. I like the design of it. It's like, come on in. Kind of rude to just stroll into his base, but I just wanted to see he's thinking the same thing, which is like from the center you can go out to a dial. Good architecture is like that, where you don't have to do walk from point A, you know, left wall to right wall. It's more like walk from the center to 3 o'clock and then back to the center. It's much, much, much faster. I think the same thing. Let's go visit the neighbors. I could do this with a drone. It would probably be faster, but I don't care.
First time, and these will be running until the 23rd. And as mentioned before, some new stuff is being worked on, such as an artist DLC pack with paintball guns, easels and various painting options, and a boxes DLC with various themed large storage boxes with custom meshes. Oh yes, and a space station themed top tier building skin, and I'll bring you a show and tell of these as soon as I get my hooves on them. Right, you seem to be up to date now, so please leave a like and a sub if you enjoyed the vid. Check out my socials and my Steam group, and you can support the channel here with YouTube memberships, super thanks, and my Patreon. I shall catch you all later, but in the meantime, keep calm.
I like the
stay
music
rusty.
he plays.
Cheerio.
It reminds me of like Grand Theft Auto 3. A better time.
Wait,
I think that's a faster
Your
solution
skill
than
has
what I'm trying to
increased.
do. Oh, look, you leave a really strong impression in the grass now. I didn't know that.
Your
so you can
skill
see
has
where
increased.
somebody went. I didn't really know they did that. Wow. Yeah, it's doing the whole snow thing that Quimfall did. That's cool. Man, I kind of want to try Quimfall again, although I know that combat is bad. I know the combat's bad, which is so tragic. Combat's not bad per se. It's just
Your
like
skill
not,
has increased.
It's too third party. It's not polished enough.
Your skill has increased.
Anyways, I wanted a hammer. I'm going for a balloon ride. Because I can do that. It's PvE Rust. There's no rush. It's not going anywhere. If they wipe, all I lose is this base. It's it. And the loot doesn't matter. So it's just like, like go do whatever the fuck you feel like doing. It's like the Minecraft that I was never given. They didn't make games like Minecraft when I was out. Like, I mean, they made games like Minecraft when I was 26 or whatever. Yeah, 24, I think. And like, I just didn't grow up on a game with that kind of survival freedom, and now I'm really relishing it, and I like being able to do whatever the fuck I want to do. Do I have metal frags? No. Or no, I don't need metal frags, do I? No, I don't. Let's go all over the seas. Are you sitting? Oh no, the Alkalite is right there. I want to sit down and get my mana back. Okay, drop the bone. I want the fuel. Bring me half the fuel. We'll put 250 fuel in this thing. Fire it off. All aboard if you're getting aboard. The EV servers are nice, huh? You just do whatever you want to. Where'd the fucking, where'd it go?
Warp drive active.
Hey everyone, this is Xbox.
Like this is actually an early build of the Xbox 720 running Halo 5.
Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming Xbox.
Running Halo like this
is Xbox.
Like this is actually an early build of the Xbox 720 running Halo 5.
Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming Xbox that lets you take your Xbox library with you anywhere.
Man, Valve is not messing around, are they?
This is a video about the future of Steam hardware. Today, we're announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup, all connected with powerful PC gaming. All optimized for Steam.
It's not it. It's not the
And
sound.
I could play anytime, anywhere.
I don't know. You seem kind of bad, buddy. I'm gonna unsub. Your weird Call of Duty coded like shock grenade or sorry, flash grenade fucking like noise pollution was a real turnoff for me. Azura. Northbound update is out. Nice. I've investigated the harsh reality of leaving the U.S. Why did Japan join the Nazis? Yeah.
The Nazis weren't exactly shy about the fact that they didn't really care for individuals of a race other than the one they idealized. Further, the Japanese seemingly had no problem with peoples like the Jews, even going so far as in World War II taking in Jewish refugees from German-occupied lands. Further, unlike Germany's European allies during World War II, when the Nazis attempted to pressure Japan to join in on their anti-Jewish activities, the Japanese government not only didn't listen, but even had official policy in place explicitly prohibiting expelling any Jew from Japan or territories they occupied, a policy they maintained throughout the war, even as Jews who escaped from Nazi-occupied regions continued to flood into Japanese territories. Japanese diplomat Yasuke Matsuoka summed up, "I am the man responsible for the alliance with Hitler, but nowhere have I promised that we would carry out his anti-Semitic policies in Japan. This is not simply my personal opinion, it is the opinion of Japan, and I have no compunction about announcing it to the world." Given all this, it seems rather odd that Japan and Nazi Germany should sign a series of agreements with one another, culminating in the famous Tripartite Pact in 1940, which ultimately allied most famously Nazi Germany, Italy, and Japan, but also eventually the likes of other countries such as Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Croatia, and for 2 whole days, Yugoslavia, all into the so-called coalition of Axis powers. More on the interesting reason Yugoslavia's joining only lasted 2 days in the bonus facts later on in today's video. So why did Japan join up with the Nazis? And for that matter, why did the Nazis want to join Japan not only so far away from their own country, but also populated by non-Aryans who not only couldn't have cared less about Nazi ideology, but actually pretty fundamentally disagreed with it? Now, before we get into any of that, as a point of clarification, despite popular perception, it's a major stretch to say that Japan and Germany were actually allies in anything but the most surface-level sense. In fact, outside of Hitler's eventual declaration of war against the United States shortly after Japan attacked the US, the two sides didn't really do much of anything of any use to support the other. Japan even refused to offer so much as economic concessions to Germany until 1943, with initial rejection stemming from the fact that Japan felt it would hurt their negotiations with the US in the early part of the war if they supported Germany in this way. This was more or less par for the course with the so-called alliance between the two nations, which really wasn't much of an alliance at all, or at least not anywhere close to the extent of the Allies, who, true to their name, on the whole actively coordinated their war efforts against their shared enemies. In contrast, Germany and Japan particularly more or less fought 2 separate wars, and even in times when they would have been well served to try and work together, as you'll soon see, they ended up not only not, but not even bothering to inform one another of their plans, which could drastically affect the other. That out of the way, let's dive into the particulars of how and why these two nations chose to, at least on the surface, join together, and how this ultimately ensured both of their defeats during during World War II. To begin with, official German and Japanese relations were first established all the way back in 1861, before the German Empire technically existed, thanks to the Prussians, who helped form the German Empire about a decade later. The Prussians and the subsequent German Empire, among other Western influences, played a critical role in the extremely rapid modernization of Japan after the Meiji Restoration in 1868. In fact, pertinent to the topic at hand, one of Germany's greatest contributions to Japan was helping them modernize their military, with one of the German Empire representatives, Prussian General Jakob Merkel's efforts from 1885 to 1888, even so appreciated at the Army War College in Japan that they made a bronze statue of him. Not only that, but his doctrines, adopted by General Nogi Marisuke, are credited with helping Japan win the First Sino-Japanese War. By World War I, however, owing to Japan not exactly liking how various Western countries, including Germany, were encroaching on Asian interests, the two countries became explicit enemies, with Japan declaring war on Germany in 1914. Things got even more spicy directly after the war, when many of Germany's former Asian possessions were granted to Japan. By the mid-1920s, the two nations' relationship started to improve, however, and perhaps most critically for various reasons, about 80% of Japanese students studying abroad, many of whom were children of Japanese elite, chose German universities to study at. Also of note on this, many of the later key leaders of the movement to try and unite Asia under Japanese rule studied in Germany. Relations were further improved with the signing of the Anti-Comintern Pact in 1936, which was a pact between the two nations and later Italy, Spain and Hungary to, at least publicly, even if nothing much came of it, counter the threat the Soviet Union and communism posed to the respective nations. It was at this point that things began heating up, thanks to the combination of the Soviet Union threat and the shared goals for expansion the respective nations held, which very effectively alienated them from many of the other nations of the world and helped align their interests in their respective nations. Note here, Italy's plans on similar aggressive expansion at the time also alienated many nations of the world against them, such as in 1936 after Italy invaded Ethiopia, resulting in the United Nations imposing sanctions on them, in all helping to drive themselves, Germany and Japan together, despite not really having common goals exactly. As American ambassador to Japan, Joseph C. Grew stated in 1937, if the present triangular combination is analysed, it becomes immediately apparent that not only is the group not merely anti-communist, but that its policies and practices equally run counter to those of the so-called democratic powers. Thus, it can be seen that the question resolves itself into the simple fact that it is a combination of those states which are bent upon upsetting the status quo, as opposed to those states which wish to preserve the status quo, or more simply, of the have-nots against the haves, and that anti-communism is merely the banner under which the have-nots are rallying. As for this desire for expansion, as stated there at the time, much like the relatively young German Empire, Japan was interested in moving away from the so-called have-not nation status to the have status. During the Age of Discovery, many nations like Britain and France had taken advantage and expanded their empires around the globe, something both Japan and Germany had missed out on. Japan because of its isolationism, and the German Empire because it didn't exist until 1871, and its first bout of expansion after not just ended with World War I, but with much of their advancements on this front being taken away in the aftermath. On the Japanese side, given the rapid industrialization of Japan in the preceding century, Japan found itself in a situation of being a heavily industrialized nation that also had very little in the way of many of the resources needed to supply the industrialization engine. Thus, they had to rely on other nations to get them. For example, leading up to World War II, approximately 80% of Japan's oil supplies came from the United States, and another 14% from other nations, allowing the US to exert significant influence over Japan if it so wanted at any time. Matters weren't exactly greatly improved when looking at things like access to coal, rubber, iron, and other such staple resources. Thus, the Japanese were interested in copying the British, French, US, and other such nations and expanding their influence beyond their borders. They further felt that the Western expansion into various Asian nations was something of an affront that they could not allow to stand. Putting two and two together, the Japanese leaders felt an expansion would allow the Japanese empire to become more self-sufficient and in the process remove Western influence from Asian nations, installing their own nation as the head here naturally. This was not in many ways that different from Germany's own stated goal seeking to expand their borders owing to the supposed living space problem, with Hitler stating, "We are overpopulated and cannot feed ourselves from our own resources." Previous efforts on the German front of expansion before World War I had seen Japan and Germany somewhat at odds, both wanting to expand into the same areas in East Asia. This time, however, Germany wanted Europe and was happy to leave Asia to the Japanese. On top of all of this, as previously alluded to, both nations had a vested interest in ceasing the spread of communism with the Soviet Union, so relatively close, and bordering nations, Germany and Japan would both like to add to their future empires. On that note, if it were not for that anti-Soviet stance so staunchly held by the Germans and their long-term plans to attack the Soviets, World War II and the subsequent Cold War may have gone extremely differently. You see, a little talked about thing today is that the original Tripartite Pact came close to being a Quadpartite Pact. On this one, shortly before the Tripartite Pact was signed by Japan, Germany and Italy, a fourth major power expressed their desire to join the fun, even making very favourable concessions to Germany, as well as rather sizable economic offerings. In perhaps one of the biggest blunders of the war, Germany didn't even bother to reply to the Soviet proposal to join, as Germany had already planned to invade, despite about a year before Germany signing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with the Soviets. This pact, in a nutshell, was the two nations agreeing not to attack one another or aid an enemy of the other, as well as, in secret, defining various borders for the two nations in regions in between should either side, just so happen to, totally by coincidence, go to war in the area at some point, maybe. Had the Soviets been accepted into the Tripartite Pact, it would have not only allowed Germany to focus their full might against the British with their backs covered, but also given Germany better access to supplies from the Soviets and connecting over to their ally in Japan. On this one, perhaps allowing the Axis powers to eventually truly work together in the way the Allies did, instead of just being an alliance mostly on paper when it came to the Japanese and Germans. In any event, even though many of the German Empire and Japan's overarching goals for their nations aligned and their immediate plans didn't conflict with each other in any way, this still doesn't say why they actually, at least on paper, decided to publicly join forces. After all, as just alluded to, given the vast distance separating them, there was little hope that the two sides would benefit directly in the form of joining forces or even resources. And that is, again, not to mention the whole fact that the Nazis weren't shy about noting any other race outside of Aryan was inferior in their view. As to that latter point, in true Nazi fashion, when reality conflicted with their stated ideologies and beliefs, they simply came up with their own version of reality to accommodate, from SS head Heinrich Himmler not himself meeting his own racial background requirements for all SS members not named Heinrich Himmler, to not just talking up the non-Aryan Japanese, but explicitly declaring them honorary Aryans, an expression that more or less meant that even though you aren't Aryan, we'll still consider and treat you as such. Hitler would even go so far as to publicly state admiration for the Chinese and the Japanese, noting, "Pride in one's own race, and that does not imply contempt for other races, is also a normal and healthy sentiment. I have never regarded the Chinese or the Japanese as being inferior to ourselves. They belong to ancient civilizations, and I admit freely that their past history is superior to our own. They have the right to be proud of their past, just as we have the right to be proud of the civilization to which we belong. Indeed, I believe the more steadfast the Chinese and the Japanese remain in their pride of race, the easier I shall find it to get on with them." That said, it would also state, if we were to divide mankind into three groups, the founders of culture, the bearers of culture, the destroyers of culture, only the Aryan could be considered as the representative of the first group. From him originate the foundations and walls of all human creation, and only the outward form and colour are determined by the changing traits of character of the various peoples. In a few decades, for example, the entire east of Asia will possess a culture whose ultimate foundation will be Hellenic spirit and Germanic technology, just as much as in Europe. Only the outward form, in part at least, will bear the features of Asiatic character. If beginning today all further Aryan influence on Japan should stop, assuming that Europe and America should perish, Japan's present rise in science and technology might continue for a short time, but even in a few years the well would dry up, the Japanese special character would gain, but the present culture would freeze and sink back into the slumber from which it was awakened 7 decades ago by the wave of Aryan culture. So, this was Hitler's mental gymnastics for being able to buddy up with the Japanese while supposedly still keeping to Nazi ideology. So what about from the Japanese perspective? In the general case, as noted by Carnegie Mellon's Ricky Law, author of Transnational Nazism, Ideology and Culture in German-Japanese Relations, 1919 to 1936, quote, "I found that even before the government of Japan and Germany founded an alliance in 1936, intellectuals and commentators were publishing material that put the other country in a positive light. Japanese intellectuals proactively reshaped Germany's ideals for Japanese consumption of Hitler and Nazism, keeping what they liked and removing what they didn't like." On that note, even though the Nazi Holocaust was well known and well reported throughout most regions of the world during World War II, as we previously covered, Japan was an exception, specifically suppressing any talk of German atrocities on this front. On their end, Germany did the same for Japan, suppressing any news of the so-called Asian Holocaust that saw Japan massacre somewhere between 3 to 13 million people in the process of supposedly liberating Asian nations. They also, during this time, conducted a truly horrific human experimentation on the peoples they conquered, and basically committed atrocities very similar in a lot of ways to the more well-known Holocaust on the German side. For example, a Nazi Party member, John Heinrich Raab, who found himself stationed in Nanjing in China in 1937 when the Japanese conquered it. Now, on this little story, I think we can all agree that when the Nazi comes across looking like the good guy, the other side should maybe pause and ask themselves, Hans, are these the bad guys? In this one, the Nazi Raab is credited with almost single-handedly saving the lives of tens of thousands of Chinese civilians thanks to his tireless efforts during the Nanjing massacre, which saw the Japanese forces slaughter between 50,000 to 300,000 Chinese civilians and wanting access to 250,000 or so more that Raab saw to it were protected from all of the raping and murdering. Going back to the story at hand, at how both sides were happy to cover up each other's atrocities with the public, Raab returned to Germany after the massacre with documentation of the mass murder, rape, beatings, etc., including photographs and film footage. He then began lecturing about
played 20 in a
as well as
row
attempting to get Hitler to pressure Japan to stop such appalling acts in China. As you might expect, this all not only fell on deaf ears, but saw Raab promptly arrested by the Gestapo. The company Siemens AG managed to step in and secure his release, but he was forbidden from speaking.
And I just don't recall losing 10 times in a row. I just don't think that ever happens in any game,
sister channel,
unless it's
history.
rigged.
So check that out. But to sum up here, in essence, both sides just reshaped the discourse about one another to fit their needs and make the other side look good. And the brass between the two nations seemed little inclined to be bothered
I don't
that
think
each
I
side
busted,
had pretty
but once.
fundamentally differing ideological views. All that background out of the way, this brings us back to
Okay,
why
you
the
go ahead and
Japanese
rig
and
that
German
blackjack
empires
game,
would
I
want to
guess.
sign
You
the
fucking
Tripartite
idiot
Pact.
developer.
While nothing is black and white, and there are numerous things that went into it, including, as noted, the threat the Soviets still held for both nations' plans, despite other pacts leading up to the Tripartite Pact somewhat neutralizing that threat. In short, the United States had become a major problem. Germany and Japan were both looking for a way to keep the US out of their respective conflicts as much as possible, and wanted this pact to attempt to encourage this. Of this note, the Tripartite Pact was specifically worded to say that the signing nations would not be required to come to the other's aid unless they were attacked by some nation that the respective nations weren't currently already at war with. In other words, while not explicitly named, it's pretty clear this pact was directed squarely at the United States in a thinly veiled attempt to keep them from joining any of the war efforts on the other side. At the time, Germany was facing a stalemate with Britain and planning to invade the Soviets despite their little truce, and didn't want the US entering the fray on the side of Britain to tip the balance. As for Japan, it was already dealing with the US, whose people maybe had no interest in entering a war, but whose president very much didn't want to, and wasn't shy about speaking out against Japan's rather brutal expansion into China and the insane atrocities they committed doing this. On top of this, for the Germans, Japanese expansion into certain regions of Asia would also help tie down British forces and resources there. Further, once Japan was successful, this would potentially open up supplies from those regions to Germany from their Japanese ally. Likewise, from the Japanese side, with Germany doing its thing over in Europe, Britain would be too occupied to do much about their actions against British territories in the region. Thus, in essence, this pact was a warning to the US to stay out of their respective conflicts, and otherwise an opportunistic joining rather than one in which the two sides intended to support one another more directly from a military or resources standpoint. That said, Japan and Germany did have some token exchanges and little attempts to work together, such as Germany sending Japan one of its subs to take a look at and attempt to benefit from the design of. Unfortunately for Japan, they found it too complicated to replicate at the time, so little benefit came from this. Many other similar exchanges of technology and limited resources also occurred, but in all of these cases, the effect was almost entirely useless for the other side. On top of this, neither side really trusted the other very much, which perhaps shouldn't be a surprise, given the last pact they signed against communism saw Germany, without bothering to inform their ally the Japanese, sign the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with the Soviets. Ultimately, Japan had their own trick to play on the Germans, negotiating the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact in April of 1941, agreeing not to attack the Soviets, only to see the Japanese once again blindsided by their ally when Germany went the other way and decided to attack the Soviets 2 months later in June of 1941. Showing how little interest the two nations had of actually working together, after Germany attacked the Soviets, they began continually hinting that Germany would greatly appreciate it if Japan wouldn't mind being a good ally and switching efforts and attacking the Soviets as well. For example, Hitler stated to Japanese ambassador Hiroshi Oshima in 1941, "It would of course be up to Japan to act as it saw fit, but Japan's cooperation in the fight against the Soviet Union would be welcomed if the Japanese advance to the south should run into difficulty because of supply and equipment." Unfortunately for the Germans, when Japan had previously attempted to expand into the Soviet Union and protected states, they were pretty brutally beaten back in a series of border conflicts, most devastatingly at the Battle of Khalkhin Gol in 1939. This cooled Japan's interest in any further expansion in that region. Thus, in the end, Japan made it very clear they would not go to war with the Soviet Union unless Germany more or less already won the war against them. That said, Stalin wasn't banking on this continuing, and thus had to divide his forces to protect against Japan just in case. However, things took a drastic change in September of 1941 when Soviet spy Richard Sorge, fronting as a German journalist working for German ambassador to Tokyo Eugen Ott, sent a message that Japan absolutely would not attack the USSR unless first attacked, allowing a couple of dozen Soviet divisions in Siberia to be redistributed to the German side of the conflict and turning the tide of that war there. Unfortunately for Sorge, however, within a month of sending this message, he was unmasked and eventually executed. So that was the complete lack of coordination or even really communicating plans at all when it came to the Soviets. On the other ends of things, with the US, Japan did at least inform the Germans of their plan to go to war with the United States, though only giving them a heads up mere days before the attacks and not giving any specifics whatsoever on how or when they'd do this. On this note, you might now be wondering what on earth the Japanese were thinking trying to bring a nation into a war the Japanese military brass knew well they had zero chance of winning a protracted conflict against and could further completely shift the balance of the war for their European allies. And just for reference here, for what it's worth, the gross domestic product of the United States was 17% higher than all Axis nations combined when the US entered the war. On top of that, neither Germany nor Japan had any hope of actually attacking the US mainland directly in any meaningful way. Further, as alluded to at the time, there was extremely strong support in the United States for isolationism following World War I, which resulted in the passing of various neutrality acts in the 1930s to help keep the US out of any foreign conflicts. These were initially only slightly undone in 1939 with the passing of certain acts like the one allowing the US to supply arms to Britain and France so long as they paid for them and also came and picked them up in their own ships. And then following this up in 1940 with trading 50 US destroyers to the British in exchange for various land rights in British-held regions, which technically violated the Neutrality Acts, but Roosevelt got away with it anyway. Then followed that up with the March of 1941 Lend-Lease Act, which allowed the US to give supplies and equipment to allied nations for free, in total about $50.1 billion, that's about $700 billion worth today. However, despite all of this, US citizens on the whole, along with many within the government, still had little interest in involving itself in the conflict with the Axis, even in these ways, let alone more directly by sending their sons to go and fight. Thus, both Japan and Germany's decision-making paradigm seemed extremely questionable here, and indeed, ultimately their choices were catastrophic for their respective wars by deliberately waking the sleeping giants. So why did Japan attack the United States? In short, the United States forced them to. You see, once the Japanese efforts were mostly rebuffed on the northern expansion front by the Soviets, this left southern expansion, something they ultimately had to do because of the United States' actions leading up to Pearl Harbor. Going back a bit, the Japanese aggression into the likes of China and French Indochina and the atrocities the Japanese committed in those regions had seen the US, despite supposedly not wanting to be involved in foreign matters, nonetheless spearhead a series of progressively more harsh embargoes on Japan, ultimately cutting Japan off from needed supplies of oil, iron, rubber, steel, etc. For reference here, at the time, as mentioned before, 94% of Japan's oil supplies were imported, and 80% of that coming from the United States. After the embargo, it was noted by officials within the Imperial Japanese Navy that at that point they had perhaps as little as 6 months of campaigning before their ships would be dead in the water from lack of needed fuel, thus at that point forcing Japan to concede to whatever demands the US wanted to place on them to lift the embargo. They thus had three choices. First, negotiate a treaty with the US to get them to lift the embargo. Second, try again against the Soviets to capture those regions to get the resources they needed, and in this one support their ally in Germany. Or third, attack south, but into certain regions that were more or less protected by the US, and thus, in their view, would likely see the US declare war on them as a result. As for option number one of negotiating a treaty with the US to resolve this, they actually tried exceptionally hard at this, leading all the way up to mere hours before attacking Pearl Harbor. However, no such deal could be reached. That said, they did get pretty far along here, with Japan noting that they would agree to withdraw from French Indochina and not attack any regions of Southeast Asia, so long as all aid to China was lifted from Britain, the US and the Netherlands, and sanctions against Japan were likewise lifted. In essence, Japan was willing to give up most of their expansion plans and territories, but wanted to keep what they had captured of China and make war efforts a little easier for themselves. The US, however, rejected this proposal, requiring all Japan had offered, plus also that Japan would withdraw from China and sign non-aggression pacts with the various Pacific states. Essentially, the US stating, retreat back into your own country and abandon all plans of a true Japanese empire and self-sufficiency, as well as abandon plans to liberate Asia from Western influence like ourselves. In doing so, this would also once again make Japan subservient to the US and other nations because of the needed industrial supplies from them that Japan had no other access to. As you can imagine, given the US wasn't really conceding anything, this was a non-starter for Japanese leaders. Something that it seems is exactly what the US officials were hoping for, to provoke Japan into conflict and thus hopefully allow the US to enter the war against Japan's supposed ally Germany. As for option 2 of attacking north against the Soviets, again, this was deemed too risky, given they had no real way to counter the Soviet tanks and, as mentioned, had been defeated so resoundingly there on this front in their previous attempts. This left option number 3. Before their oil and other supplies ran out, expand south into the Dutch East Indies, British Malaya, the Philippines, and elsewhere to acquire the resources they needed while also accomplishing the goal of beginning to establish the Japanese Empire and liberating these regions from Western influence. The problem here again was that to do so, they were convinced would cause the US to declare war on them, with Japan then in a rather precarious position of not yet being fortified in the regions they were planning on taking, right when the US's Pacific Fleet would presumably quickly attack. Or at least they assumed they would. As you might expect, given wide support for isolationism at the time in the United States, historians debate whether the US actually would have or not had Japan just gone ahead and done it without attacking the US directly. On all of this, President Roosevelt explicitly stated that the US would not have, except he also believed that over the course of their activities in the region, the Japanese would make a mistake that he could leverage to drag the US into war with Japan and then Germany. As noted by Pacific Fleet Admiral James O. Richardson when he asked Roosevelt if the US would be going to war with Japan, he states, Roosevelt responded, "If the Japanese attacked Thailand or the Kra Peninsula or the Dutch East Indies, we would not enter the war. That if they even attacked the Philippines," noted the Philippines at the time were an American protectorate, he doubted whether we would enter the war, but that the Japanese could not always avoid making mistakes, and that as the war continued and that area of operations expanded, sooner or later they would make a mistake and we'd enter the war. Thus, if true, had the Japanese just went ahead and pushed south without directly involving the US, this is yet another point in World War II, much like when the Germans didn't let the Soviets join the Tripartite Pact, where things may have gone extremely differently both in the war in Europe and the Pacific had one decision been different. But, rightly or wrongly, the Japanese were convinced the US would declare war on them the second they attacked the Philippines and other nations in the region, something they had to do before they ran out of oil and other supplies because of US embargoes against Japan. So what to do about it, especially when they knew they couldn't win a war against the United States? How about sink the Pacific Fleet in a surprise attack, thus temporarily crippling the US's ability to retaliate while Japan simultaneously performs their own little blitzkrieg, taking over every nation they needed for the supplies and self-sufficiency they wanted, which is exactly what they did, for example, attacking the Philippines the next day after Pearl Harbor. They then would dig themselves in, such that it would require a massive effort by the United States to get them out. Something they knew the US could do, but Japanese leaders felt that the US would have no interest in such an effort, given their general aversion to conflicts so far away. At that point, now from a much stronger negotiating position and dealing with a nation that wouldn't really want to continue the war, the Japanese could simply negotiate a truce with the United States that favored Japanese interests. It's foolproof. Obviously, all of this ended up being a huge miscalculation on the Japanese military brass's part on the reaction of Americans to the attack. This all wasn't helped by Roosevelt's speech about it, playing up the supposed alliance and coordinated efforts between Germany and Japan, further bolstering sentiment for the United States to enter the war against Germany in support of the British Empire. Roosevelt stated, "The course that Japan has followed for the past 10 years in Asia has paralleled the course of Hitler and Mussolini in Europe and in Africa. Today, it has become far more than a parallel. It is an actual collaboration so well calculated that all the continents of the world and all the oceans are now considered by the Axis strategists as one gigantic battlefield. In these past few years, and most violently in the past 3 days, we have learned a terrible lesson. It is our obligation to our dead. It is our sacred obligation to their children and to our children that we must never forget what we have learned. And what we have all learned is this: there is no such thing as security for any nation or any individual in a world ruled by the principles of gangsterism. We are now in the midst of a war not for conquest, not for vengeance, but for a world in which this nation and all that this nation represents will be safe for our children. We expect to eliminate the danger from Japan, but it would serve us ill if we accomplished that and found that the rest of the world was dominated by Hitler and Mussolini. Speaking of Hitler, he went ahead and did Roosevelt a massive favor by almost immediately after Japan attacked also declaring war on the United States in support of his Japanese allies, not just assuring the AOS would go to war with Germany, but also increasing public perception that the attack had somehow been coordinated and that the two nations were allies in more than just name. The second massive blunder in a week by the Axis powers. As historian Max Hastings notes, 4 days after Pearl Harbor, Hitler made the folly of the strike comprehensive by declaring war on the United States, relieving Roosevelt from a serious uncertainty about whether Congress would agree to fight Germany. As for the German side of things, let's just say that all this perhaps showed why plans to assassinate Hitler at one point were cancelled, because he was such an incompetent general that the war was sure to end with Allied victory if he was left in charge. Or as Japanese General Tomoyuki Yamashita had stated of Hitler, he may be a great orator on a platform, but standing behind his desk listening, he seems much more like a clerk. On this note, Hitler's reaction to the surprise news of Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor was apparently, we can't lose the war at all. We now have an ally which has never been conquered in 3,000 years. He also stated the Japanese strategy of a surprise attack. You gave them the right declaration of war. This method is the only proper one. Japan pursued it formally, and it corresponds with his own system. That is, to negotiate as long as possible. But if one sees that the other is interested only in putting one off, in shaming and humiliating one, and is not willing to come to an agreement, then one should strike as hard as possible and not waste time declaring war. Now, in a very slight defense of Hitler's decision here to declare war on the US instead of just waiting it out and seeing what happened, he had technically verbally promised Japan he would before the attack. It should be noted here that leading up to the attack, Japan had spearheaded an amendment to the Tripartite Pact, wherein if any nation should not just be attacked by, but attack the United States, the other nations would be obligated also to go to war with the US. However, this amendment was not able to be completed before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Also noteworthy here, it would seem that there were efforts in the amending of the pact to oblige Japan to go to war with the USSR, but this was resoundingly rejected by Japan, with one communique from Japan to Berlin in December of 1941 stating, in case Germany demands that we participate in the war against the Soviet Union, we will respond that we do not intend to join the war for the time being. If this should lead to a situation whereby Germany will delay her entry into the war against the United States, it cannot be helped. Yet Hitler did it anyway. So why? What was Hitler's more detailed reasoning for being excited Japan had brought arguably the most dangerous country not already in the war into the conflict? To begin with, Nazi politician Joseph Goebbels wrote of Hitler's thoughts at the time, "We are now to a certain extent protected on our flanks. The United States will probably no longer make aircraft, weapons and transport available to England so carelessly, as it can be assumed that they will need these for their own war against Japan." To be fair, this may have been what actually happened had, Hitler not declared war on the United States. In his speech announcing this historically catastrophic decision on December the 11th, 1941, he also doubled down on antagonizing his new enemy, taking pot shots at the US and President Roosevelt, stating, "I will pass over the insulting attacks made by this so-called president against me. That he calls me a gangster is uninteresting. After all, this expression was not coined in Europe, but in America, no doubt because such gangsters are lacking here. National Socialism came to power in Germany in the same year as Roosevelt was elected president. While an unprecedented revival of economic life, culture and art took place in Germany under National Socialist leadership, President Roosevelt did not succeed in bringing about even the slightest improvement in his own country. A threatening political opposition was gathering over the head of this man. He guessed that the only salvation for him lay in diverting public attention from home to foreign policy. He was strengthened in this by the Jews around him. The full diabolical meanness of Jewry rallied around this man, and he stretched out his hands. Thus began the increasing efforts of the American president to create conflicts. For years, this man harbored one desire, that a conflict should break out somewhere in the world. The fact that the Japanese government, which has been negotiating for years with this man, has at last become tired of being mocked by him in such an unworthy way, fills us all, the German people, and I think all other decent people in the world, with deep satisfaction. It was also noted that Hitler was happy that he could now actually have his U-boats openly attack US shipping lines that were supporting the Allies at the time, and he assumed that with the conflict in the Pacific, the US would have their hands full with much of their navy there, further making such supply lines on the European front vulnerable. While there were certainly pros from the German front, there were also a massive amount of very obvious cons that he didn't seem to factor in at all, such as the subsequent influx of US troops he'd soon have to meet on the battlefield. On this one, he appears to have simply been delusional, noting US soldiers were unlikely to fight nearly to the level of Germans, owing to being comprised of a mongroloid mix of races. Not only this, he felt that it would take several years for the US to adequately ramp up their armaments once they were directed at Germany instead of Japan, at which point the war in Europe would be over. What he apparently was unaware of was that for some time Roosevelt and co. had already long been preparing for war on the armament side, and on top of that, in large part thanks to Hitler declaring war on the US, it would not be Japan the US would be too bothered about, with Roosevelt devoting a whopping 90% of US forces to supporting their British ally directly in Europe, with Japan something of an afterthought at first, despite it having been Japan who'd attacked the United States. On top of this, despite Japanese assertions to the contrary, Hitler apparently was also under the impression that if Germany declared war on the US and supported Japan in this way, Japan would change its mind and aid Germany against the Soviets, something that not only didn't happen, but also Japan didn't even bother interfering with US source supplies being funneled through the port of Vladivostok on the Sea of Japan in support of Soviet efforts against Germany, something that rather pissed Hitler off, as you might expect, given Japan was right there and in a great position to cut off this vital supply line. We should also note of the supposed allies in Japan and Germany at this point of the war that both sides were exaggerating or outright lying to one another about their respective statuses in their two wars, with Hitler exclaiming in March of 1943, "They lie right to your face," and in the end all their depictions are calculated on something which turns out to be a deceit afterwards. Of course, the Germans weren't any better, and at the time of Japan's attack on the US, they seem to have generally been under the impression, based on German communiques, that Germany was very close to wrapping the war in Europe and the conflict with the Soviets. Going back to Japan and their own blunder on all of this, perhaps not adequately understanding American culture and the classic modern day, "these colors don't run America, yeah" type attitudes. As noted, while they had hoped the attack at Pearl Harbor would drive US citizens to even more advocate for isolating and withdrawing from these conflicts so far away, in reality their attack had more or less completely gotten rid of the American apathy toward the wars happening in the world at the time, undoing the isolationism that the US had embraced post-World War I. On top of this, because of the attack, which was perceived publicly as unprovoked, even though the reality was Roosevelt and co. had been doing everything in their power to provoke Japan, the US populace now had zero interest in negotiating a treaty with Japan. The American people wanted those deaths and the supposed unprovoked attack avenged, and weren't going to stop until Japan was crushed. Not all the Japanese military leaders have been so deluded, however. For example, Marshal Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, in charge of the entire combined Japanese fleet, was not shy about his opposition to the original signing of the Tripartite Pact because of it not so subtly being directed at the United States. He stated that this on August 14th, 1940, "To fight the United States is like fighting the whole world, but it has been decided. So I will fight the best I can. Doubtless I shall die on board Nagato. Meanwhile, Tokyo will be burnt to the ground 3 times. Kono and others will be torn to pieces by the revengeful people." He would also state after the fact, "Unlike the pre-tripartite days, great determination is required to make certain that we avoid the danger of going to war." He further stated, seemingly understanding his potential enemy in a way other leaders in Japan did not, should hostilities once break out between Japan and the United States, it would not be enough that we take Guam in the Philippines or even Hawaii and San Francisco. To make victory certain, we would have to march into Washington and dictate the terms of peace in the White House. I wonder if our politicians, who speak so lightly of a Japanese-American war, have confidence as to the final outcome and are prepared to make the necessary sacrifices. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't listened to and was even in charge of the attack on Pearl Harbor that would bring about the result that he feared. And if you're wondering here, he was not killed aboard his flagship as predicted, but rather when the US intercepted an encrypted transmission outlining Yamamoto's plans to tour around the South Pacific inspecting his forces, and they were thus able to shoot down his plane. Perhaps not so bad a death for a man who stated, "To die for the emperor and nation is the highest hope of a military man. After a brave, hard fight, the blossoms are scattered on the fighting field. One man's life life or death is a matter of no importance. All that matters is the Empire. As Confucius says, they may crush cinnabar, yet they do not take away its color. One may burn a fragrant herb, yet it will not destroy the scent. They may destroy my body, but they will not take away my will. In the end, thanks to Pearl Harbor, a drawn-out war with the US, something the Japanese military brass had known they'd lose quite handily if it happened, is exactly what happened. And while nobody in Japan could have anticipated the end result of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the overall outcome was inevitable from the start, given the US had no interest in a treaty. Making the move even more mind-boggling, as Japanese commanders had noted of the attack on Pearl Harbor in the first place, it would only be a mild delaying measure, and given the shallow waters they knew well, it was likely that the ship sunk there would be relatively quickly repaired and put back into service, which is exactly what happened, with 6 of the 8 ships that found themselves on the bottom of the sea after the attack being repaired. In short, not a great plan, though at least was more defensible given the known information at the time and the needs of Japan than, say, Hitler's decision to bring the United
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Hi, Kitty. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. Just distracted.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Warp drive active.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Does the train yard have a pretty good, easy blue card? I think it does. Ah, farting. I'm gonna go do that. Thought I killed two, but I guess not. Hi, kitty. How are you? See, it's raining again, and you can't be mad at me anymore. You're okay, kitty. Oh. See, kitty. Isn't that nice and warm? Oh, what's that sound? Oh, I'm aggroed a acolyte. Somewhere up here, I thought. Ah, yes. Yes. And then on... Wait, there's no... it like a timed thing? I can't remember.
Your skill has increased.
Are you eating my lunch? You have food, kitty. It's sitting right over there. You can look. Oh. Yeah, does it taste weird, kitty? It tastes weird for kitty, I think.
Your skill has increased.
Cacio de Pepe. Or Cacio e Pepe. How do you turn on the fuse? I can't remember. Oh, yeah, that's right. You have to go turn on this thing. I'll probably go for all of the scientists. Heroin. I forget how this whole puzzle works. Is it like down here? No, it's... I don't know. I don't ever usually run this monument. Oh yeah, so... Is that it? No, that's not it. This is the recycler, but it's not the fuse. It's like... There's the fuse, right? So... Turn on. And then... on, and then fuse, right? And then fuse. Ooh. it's a backpack. Oh, cool. I can wear it, can I? Oh, thank God. Thank God, more storage room. I'm going to research it when I get home. I hated this puzzle when I first did it, and I hate it now. It's not intuitive. It doesn't have directions. You wouldn't really know to do it. You'd have to fuck around forever on many, many runs, and you finally figure it out. That's cool and all that. I actually don't have an issue with that. But for the average public to use it is still a goddamn fucking hassle that makes me not want to do it at all. And it's not such good design. It's not really. No. That's on. So they must be on. They're like on now. Maybe they made it so that the fuses are longer in case you get in a PvP fight or something. But as I recall, think blue card should work now. And to go to blue card. No, that's like on. Okay. You go over here. I think I need this and yeah, and then oops, and then up these stairs is green and blue card. Then you come and open this and you put a fuse in and you turn it on. Oh, I should probably loot him actually. We're gonna go to blue card first, and then green card second. So, blue card. Where is it? I had the blue card. Okay, blue card, which is good because we have a chance of getting duct tape in here. I think it's very low, but. You know, you do have a chance of getting duct tape in here, and it also will give me a red card, which I can take to large oil, which I can solo large oil, no problem. That's not my favorite thing to do. But there's a basic blueprint fragment has your inventory is full, has been moved to your backpack. Oh, cool. The shit like auto moves. Yeah, just, yep. And then, so, but what we really came for was duct tape, which we didn't find any of. Ooh, a rocket launcher, though. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, rocket launcher goes in the slot. It should just sit there. I mean, eventually I'll get rockets. I haven't had a rocket launcher in 2 years or something like that. It's cool. I realize now how autistic the hardcore server really is. It's in so many ways. One of them being that it cuts you off from like 75% of the content. But I mean, what else is new? That's kind of how a lot of retro stuff goes. Specialty niche stuff. I guess I could pull that fuse. Or no, I should swipe the green card. Tin can alarm. Yeah, this is green card, but it doesn't have blue. Oh, there it is. I was like, where's the blueprint fragment? There it is. So, I mean, this was an okay run, but it wasn't really what I was looking for, which is duct tape. I want to go back and take a look at the info again. Hi. I'm gonna rebind my gesture key to M. I don't use it. Honestly, I only ever hit it by mistake, frankly. So I'm going to rebind M. I'm sorry, I'm going to rebind B to backpack. Bind B chat.say/backpack. Yeah. Yeah. Nope.
Your skill has increased. Oh, the fuse. But I probably have a ton of those. Or I can get a ton. Oh, am I full? No, I just haven't gone there yet. Damn tree.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
Weird, because the opening scene played in the background, but the rest of it doesn't. Which is dumb. Okay, so I want to exit out. I want to go back to. Oops. Did we? Oh, yeah, we got this. So. Go rest. Gotta go find the folder, which I believe is my F file. Oh, yeah. Cool.
Warp drive active.
What am I doing? I am.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
Let's see if this works. Nope. Damn it. Maybe it's good that it doesn't. Ooh, look at that load. It's so nice. My XP buff war, huh? Still using an Aramite's ring. I should probably take a look at an upgrade for that.
I'm gonna have to ask you to put that away, sir.
Don't get left with last year's wares. Be ahead of the times and trends with these revolutionary designs.
We're backing up. Look, there's 60 million in here. It won't seem like much at first, and I have lost, like, you know, a venture. And this pays for the fucking retriever that I lost because I forgot to take faction warfare off. That's
Just arrived from aspiring
that's
young
an easy
craftsmen.
map.
Don't get left.
Paint pigment, nice base, and fine base.
I appreciate the business. God knows we need it more than ever with these taxes.
Where is safe storage? I can't remember. I'm just gonna keep stuffing boxes because it doesn't matter. Yeah, look, I don't matter. I don't care. I don't care. God, the silence. It's so nice. It's like, leave me alone. Now...
Warp drive active.
Oh, I missed the damn event. I meant to go do the event. Oh well. I'll catch you next one.
On this limited opportunity to take advantage of high-quality orc metallurgy and craftsmanship. Opportunity. Come back soon. I get new shipments daily.
Is there something you with, son?
Well, that all depends on the...
I'm afraid I've been retired for some time now. Good day to you.
Looks like you've decided to stay a bit longer in our little village.
Unfortunately, not by choice. The guards refused to let me pass through the gate door.
Then it's a good thing. I know another route. Listen, you helped me once, so now it's my time to return the favor. Before my husband went off to work in the mines, he used to smuggle goods into Hatmandor and Sheznadar to avoid taxes. I could show you the old path leading over the gate.
What about the guards?
The passage is well hidden, but also extremely dangerous. The last time a group of smugglers used it, our gravedigger Lucem spent an entire day removing body parts.
Sounds encouraging.
I'm happy to help you, but I want you to be prepared. Here, I'll mark it on your map.
Looks like you're lost.
Just trying to get to Hatmandor.
That's no easy feat. Especially with the increased patrols guarding the gate. But there's always another.
And what might that be?
It's an old one. Used to be for smuggling goods to avoid the heavy.
Can't imagine you'd like to.
I'd even be willing.
How much are we talking?
300 ores should do it.
Sounds reasonable.
Glad to be of service to you.
Beautiful day for a burial. Looking for a traditional funeral for you or a family member? I'm having a special.
Afraid not. Not today, at least.
Oh, then you've come to the wrong place, my friend. Today, at least. Never seen you around here before. You look healthy. Where are you headed?
That's a lot of questions, friend. But I'm headed north.
Oh, then perhaps this is fate. I have a delivery to be made near Hatmandor. Perhaps you might make it for me?
I could use the auras, but what's the package?
It's a funny story, to say the least. A few weeks ago...
So, you have supply...
Not sure. Before he could say anything, the poor bastard stopped to take a piss. Right on the grave of a Sambu's son. Before anyone could say a word, Sambu just grabbed his spade and, well...
You've got to be kidding.
Wish I were. Sent a second carrier pigeon to inform the guild. They told us they won't offer any help until we return the head to his family.
The head?
Cut it clean off. We already delivered the body, but it wasn't enough. The family is donating the...
If it's on the way.
You have the makings of a promising gravedigger. Take this. The head is inside. Deliver it to Gazan in the last meeting funeral home.
Sounds good.
One more thing before you go. As you probably know, the gates on the way to Hatmandor are still closed. But some time ago, a man skilled in forging official documents moved to Bayan. Heard him referred to as Tome the Scribe. Usually he spends his days lounging on a bench near...
Whatever you need, you'll find it all right here and right now.
Yes?
What do you think about this weather? The last summer was rainy.
It's been...
I need proper documentation to get through the gates to Hatmandor. And I hear you're the man to talk to.
I'm afraid those days are behind me, son. I lost everything when the Imperial Guard raided my home, and...
What if I were to get your...
In that case...
What do you need?
All I need is my old inkwell. It's filled with a very rare...
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, I'm gonna dump. Oh, look at my kitty.
Nothing but the best wares, all priced to meet your financial needs.
This should be fun. Better be worth it.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested.
Your skill
Docking
has increased.
request accepted.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
There always seems to be a few more to kill. Save that for later.
Okay.